Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the online seminars on the success cases of reusable and refillable packaging systems from Thailand and ASEAN countries. And on behalf of the National Metals and Material Technology Centers, or MTEC, National Science and Technology Development Agencies, or NASTA Thailand, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to come join us into our webinar for today. And before we start, I would like to use this opportunity to brief about the program for today. We will start with the open remarks from the representative from the United Nations of Environment Program, or UNEP, and following by the welcome remarks from the Deputy Executive Director of MTEC. And we begin into the first talk from the keynote speaker, and the second talk from the keynote speaker from Japan. And we following by the two panel discussion, and we're going to take a break for the lunch. And we begin into the afternoon sessions. Also have a lot of lining up with the case study from the Thailand. And we end up with the program for today in the Q&A session. That's all for the program for today. And our session will begin shortly. So please wait a moment. And this seminar will be recording. So I would like to announce the personal data protections announcement. If all of you unwilling to recording or present, you can leave a message on the chat box. Our organizing team will take care of you. Okay. Okay, we got. Good morning again, distinguished speakers, colleagues, and participants. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of MTEC NASTA Thailand, this is our great pleasure to welcome to the online seminars on success cases of reusable and refillable packaging systems, supporting by the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP. My name is Panpailin Udomrat. I'm International Relations Officer of MTEC NASTA. It's my pleasure to be MC today. And I would like to start shortly. I also would like to extend very warm welcome to our invited speaker and all participants from the various countries. For begin today's program, I would like to invite everyone to join our opening ceremony. It's my honor to invite Ms. Hiroko Matsuo, Program Management Officer from UNEP, to deliver the open remarks. Please welcome Ms. Hiroko.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in the opening remarks today. And I'm Hiroko Matsuo, Program Management Officer, UNEP. On behalf of the United Nations Environment Programme, or UNEP, I warmly welcome you to this special seminar on reusable and refillable packaging systems across Thailand and ASEAN. This dialogue forms an important component of our project being implemented by MTEC colleagues and UNEP collaboratively with the financial support of the Japanese government. UNEP is proud to support this initiative as a funding and technical partner, contributing to upstream to plastic pollution and strengthening circular economy approaches in the region. Plastic pollution is not only a waste issue, but it is fundamentally a systems issue. While recycling remains important, reuse and refill systems are among the most effective strategies for reducing plastic production, resource use, and environmental impacts at the source. This seminar is therefore both timely and strategic. Across ASEAN, innovative business models, community initiatives, and pilot systems are demonstrating that reuse is environmentally beneficial. By bringing together experiences from Thailand, Japan, and other ASEAN countries, I believe today's program connects policy, business practice, and consumer behavior, which are elements that move together for reuse systems to scale effectively. UNEP aims to connect stakeholders through this project to promote knowledge exchange, peer learning, and regional collaboration and cooperation that can accelerate practical solutions. Today's focus on real-world experiences, technical insights, and stakeholder engagement is especially important, as these elements form the foundation for moving from pilot initiatives towards broader systems change. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share experiences openly, and consider how today's lessons can be adapted and scaled in your own context. Collaboration across sectors and borders will be essential to achieving meaningful progress. UNEP looks forward to continuing to work with partners in Thailand and across the region to build practical, inclusive, and science-based pathways toward plastic circularity. Thank you very much, and I wish you an insightful and inspiring seminar today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hiroko, for your opening remarks. And to proud us for today, I would like to invite Dr. Asira Phongfuchat, Deputy Executive Director of MTEC, to give the welcome speech. Please welcome Dr. Asira.
Good morning, all distinguished speakers and all participants. On behalf of National Metal and Materials Technology Center, or MTEC NASDA, I would like to welcome you to today's online special seminar. So as Hiroko mentioned that this event is activity under the project on plastic pollution reduction and management in Thailand and Fiji. We are grateful to the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, for supporting this project. Through the project, we aim to strengthen research, policy development, and practical solutions that help reduce plastic pollution in a sustainable way. Today's seminar is designed to as a space of learning exchange, and we are bringing together experiences from across ASEAN countries to share real examples, what challenges remain, and how we can move forward together. I hope this seminar will not only build knowledge and capacity, but also inspire stronger collaboration and more upstream solutions that make reusable systems practical and scalable. And once again, I would like to sincerely thank UNEP and Hiroko and her team for their continued support. And thanks for distinguished speakers for spending their valuable time to share their experience and their expertise. And most of all, I would like to thank all participants for taking the time to join us today. So I wish everyone a fruitful and engaging session, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asira, for your welcome remarks. And now in the next session, this will be here our first keynote speaker. Or I would like to use this opportunity to take a group photo a little bit. So could you please start video sharing your slides? Okay. Take a few moments or just 1 or 2 minutes. Nice. Okay. Try to. Okay, the smile. Okay. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much for all. Okay, now we're moving to our first talk from our first keynote speaker, Mr. Rayang Nusantara, Deputy Director of Diet Plastic Indonesia. Before we listen to his interesting talk, I would like to brief introduction a little bit. He is the Deputy Director of Diet Plastic Indonesia, and he also co-convener of the Science Reuse Consortium and coordinator of the Zero Waste Alliance Indonesia. He specializes in the public policy and stakeholder engagement and communication strategies, focusing on the reducing single-use plastics and promoting reuse systems to combat the plastic pollution. Now, I guess it's a good time for us to listen to the talk. Mr. Nusantara under the topic, From Bans to Systems, Embedding Reuse in National Plastic Policy Framework. With that, please enjoy the talk. And remember, you have 25 minutes for your talk. And when you come up, 5 minutes left, I will raise your hand, something like this, and you have 5 minutes left for your talk. Okay, let's enjoy your talks. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm not gonna use all 25 minutes. So hello, good morning, and thank you for inviting me as the first speaker. It's very interesting to be in this sessions. It's very specific on reuse and refill topics. Is what I do in Plastic Diet and what we love, and also in a collective with our fellow civil society, and also reuse business is what we want to push as a solutions to tackle the plastic pollution. So today I want to share with you about Indonesia's journey, which is not only in banning single-use plastics, but also understanding what comes after the bans. So we learned something important in our experience in banning single-use plastics, we see that bans can start change, but only systems can sustain it. So I'm going to talk today about how we move from bans and try to build and transition new systems, which is will be embedded in national policy framework. Next slide, please. So, so plastic pollution is not just a national issue. It's in our region is very common that our regions always name as the source of plastic pollution the oceans in the world, and so that's why it's a regional system challenge. Our region, Southeast Asia, produce millions of tons of single-use plastic waste every year. So most of them goes to the landfill, and but we see that many countries now have single-use plastic bans emerging in the policy. And please, across the regions, we see we have three shared problems. The first one is implementation is uneven. Second, substitutes of single-use plastics place plastics with solving the system. It's just moving from one materials to other materials. And companies lack clear pathway. We don't have a clear roadmap on these things. So the question is no longer should we regulate plastics, but the real questions for me is how do we design policies that shift the entire packaging systems? Next. So Indonesia is an interesting case because we are one of the largest archipelago country in the regions, and in terms of single-use plastics reduction, change did not start nationally, but we started from the subnational cities, and agencies start to ban single-use plastics as early as 2016. And now we have more than 200 cities in Indonesia already has regulations in single-use plastic bans. Slide after this, please. So these subnational movements push national governments to reform the integrations of single-use plastic bans and reuse into the EPR roadmap, enforcing systems and reporting structures. So we can see that Indonesia has a factory on this, how national can push the national structure. And it also reveals something critical, that regulation alone don't automatically produce the systemic change. Next slide. Yes, I can say that bans work. At our recent single-use plastic bans reduce plastic use significantly, sometimes by up to 80%. But the reality is more complicated. Capacity still weak. Municipal waste budget are extremely low. It's below the ideal 3% in average in Indonesia. And businesses often share substitutes. Like I said before, it's just material substitutions. So what we saw was this: bans reduce the amount of plastic waste, but without systems, they created a loophole. So this is where we see reuse as part of the 3R campaigns becomes essential. So what after we do needs to focus on the reuse. Next slide. So we in Indonesia we realized bans must be designed together with the reuse pathways. So for every item removed or bans, a system must replace it. Just for examples, like single-use plastic bottles become refillable containers. Single-use plastic bags become reusable shopping in the systems. And dine-in becomes closed-loop systems. I saw this in Quezon, Manila. That's restaurants and cafes mandated to have a reusable container when we dine in. And sachets is the biggest problems in our regions needs to shift to refill our return model. This is not just a material substitutions. This is a system design, and this insight changes how we approach the policy. Next, please. Yes, some people reuse depends on consumer behavior. Not everything is depends on the behavior change of the consumers. In our experience, it shows difference. It shows the opposites. Reuse depends on the system readiness. Indonesia, in some research, show that 4 kilograms of sachet waste consumed per person each year, and recycling remains in a very low rates. It's around 10%. And we see that if the infrastructure exists, like refill stores, networks, and return logistics, reuse adoption increases dramatically. Some of the reuse here in Indonesia trade the community stores make reuse adoption increase. So the real barrier is not the consumer willingness, but it's also a system design which is in the entire value chain. Next slide. So we've made pilots in traditional markets, in retail, in hotel, restaurant, cafes, and events like music and festivals. So we identify what use levels. First, we need to put a rich incentives of consumers to increase the refillable, returnable packagings, so we can use them again and again. Second, centralized washing infrastructure is essential. We need to make sure that all these refillable, returnable packagings can be washed as a standard. And third, small medium enterprise and startups on reuse businesses must be supported, not penalized. Fourth, informal workers, waste pickers must be integrated into the systems. And fifth, systems also must connect to the EPR. I think this is extended producer responsibility, or EPR is the only one compliance metric for the consumers on how they can be responsible for their productions. When this element exists, reuse can reduce single-use plastics in some of the research, it says by 90%. So I think we can be hopeful on how to make sure that reuse is a reality. So it also proves that reuse is not theoretical, but it's also operational matter. Next slide. So in 2022, Plastic Diet designed this reuse infrastructure guide to show how actors in the entire value chains, the governments, the infrastructure needed, connect to each other. So this slide shows actually show what reuse systems actually looks like. It's not one interventions, it's an ecosystems. It includes regulation and standards, logistic networks, washing infrastructure, business models, and awareness and monitoring systems. So reuse is not just the environmental policy, it's industrial policy, it's infrastructure planning. It requires coordination across the ministries and sectors. Next slide. Yes, from our work across Indonesia and the regions, we see 4 things that the national policy must include. The first, regulatory arrangements and alignments that explicitly prioritize reuse. Second, the infrastructure investments, which includes the reuse hubs where the washing facilities, the logistics, and everything is there. The third is multi-stakeholders governance models. We need to involve the business sectors, academia, communities, media, the business startups, everyone to implement and funding for reuse. The fourth, the most important thing is also financing recognitions. Today's reuse system is still heavily rely on philanthropic money or grants, which we need to which we will have more funding if we put the reuse into the EPR system, because there will be the EPR fees that needs to go to reuse. And of course, the education and public awareness is also important to mainstream how reuse is also important. So if reuse is infrastructures, it must be financed like infrastructure. Next slide. So this is the, so since our work as the convener, one of the convener as the Asia Reuse Consortium, we see that Asia Consortium is not only these 3 countries, we have other countries outside the Southeast Asia. But what I see is that we see the momentum everywhere, especially in Asia. Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, including we are strengthening our EPR law. We are try to put the reviews in our EPR law and try to have a strong top-down environmental frameworks. Standards is also in place in discussions. In Indonesia, we develop the reviews roadmaps, but I mean, like in these countries and many countries in Asia, reuse is still treated as a pilot, a business innovations, or a voluntary efforts. We need to change that, because if we want to scale reuse, reuse must become a policy architecture, must become a mandatory for the business sectors. Next slide. So yeah, I think in our region, Southeast Asia, at least we need to have these 3 things: harmonized definitions and standard for reuse, binding targets and incentives integrated into EPR, and the most important to make everything happen is a dedicated financing and infrastructure planning. Without this, reuse remains fragmented, and with these 3, at least, reuse becomes a reality and inevitable. Next slide. So this is the this is the ideas how reuse is happening everywhere in our regions, and it works. We have financing challenges, but it's very in a different context. We see refill systems in Thailand, in Indonesia, in Vietnam. We have also models of containers rental in Singapore, in Indonesia, and there are also school-based reuse for lunch in Malaysia, and also and second is no longer whether reuse what need schemes to make, and also the policy to make it moves. It already exists. Next slide. So yes, if there's one message from Indonesia's experience, it's this: ban starts the transition. Reuse is infrastructure investments, it's economic transformations. So the sooner we treat it that way, the faster the transitions becomes. Next slide. This will be my last slide. So yes, I think in our region, Southeast Asia does not need more pilots. We already know reuse works. We need now our policy frameworks that makes reuse the default option for markets and not the exceptions. And if we embedded reuse into the national policy and the regional policy today, we don't just reduce waste, we redesign packaging systems for the future. Thank you so much. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting talk, and your presentations is very interesting. How to link from the policy to infrastructure, and also from the stakeholder engagement and the community in Indonesia as a case study. We have a couple time about the 10 minutes for the Q&A session. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand and our host will be open your microphone to ready to talk. Okay, Dr. Asira first, right, please.
I don't have a question though. I just would like to give you a hand on the last slide that we don't need the pilot scale anymore. We need the policy and regulation. Thank you very much.
Doctor, yes, I think, well, I mean, like that, well, let's get time. Something ambitious. So will be, we can have a significant amount of the plastic reduced. Not only, I mean, like in plastic, we can plastic waste reduce. But if we scale it, it's a significant amount. We are in a crisis of plastic pollutions, landfill is piling up. So yeah, we need policy and financing structure.
Okay, thank you very much. For the next question from the Miss Chutima and following from the Elizabeth.
So my name is Chutima, and I'm a researcher from MTEC, and I communicate with you all the way along with this seminar preparation. And thank you very much today that you join us and share the important experience that everyone know that's in ASEAN. Actually, also in Thailand, we facing now also the plastic crisis, plastic waste crisis also, and I have a question about your how did you implement the sachet reduction waste reduction? For example, you show that in the model of refill model, how you encourage the brand owner to have such a refill model for the business. That is from the brand owner self or from the policy framework? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's very hard question to answer. So yes, we do have the current EPR policies that mention about reuse, where it mentioned about the brand owners, the FMCGs needs to provide products in refill or return models. But in reality, it's not a lot of brand owners who wants to do that, because they want the easy one. Just throw the problem to someone else to recycle it, which is, as I said in my presentation earlier, with recycle only, it's still 10%. So it's very hard. So we work with the reuse businesses. Those are the members in the Asia Reuse consortiums, and we also have here in Indonesia the Indonesia Reuse associations. This because I'm from the NGO part, which is mostly on the policy advocacy. These reuse startups and small enterprise, they are working directly with the brand owners. It took years for them to convince the brand owners to do that, and it's very hard because I mean, like they need standards. But we don't have any specific standard, but in our FDA, the Food and Drug Administration's regulations in 2 years ago, we finally our FDA finally agree that some of the cosmetics products like body wash, shampoos, conditioners, and hand wash can be provided in a refillable and returnable models. So at least we have there after I think it's after like 3 or 4 years of pilot projects before that. So so the policy is there, but the actual work behind it on how to convince the brand owner is very hard. So it's that's why I think some of our reuse startups now is doing advanced pilots. I don't want to say it's, but because I mean it's already there in the markets, mostly in the community store, like in Philippines it's called like sari sari, or Indonesia it's called warung. So it's small stores and community, they work there because mostly people get the sachets in there. So what the reuse business try to do is to prove that it works, so the brand owners can have more motivations to do that in the future. But the challenges remains. I mean, like it's not all the FMCGs wants to join this because I mean, like they see, I think it's in everywhere. Environmental is they see as a liability. It's a cost. It's a cost that's never been calculated before. So so they still see that this is expensive for them. So that's why 2 years ago, Plastic Diets. I can share the link later in the chat. We have a study on to measure the economic benefits of reuse. So we compare the sachets economy and the reuse economy, and in the future, if we regulated this and we implemented this and finance it as an infrastructure, there will be more benefits and with the reuse system. And also we can save money from the environmental damage, we can save money from the health risk, from the plastic pollutions, if we opt for the reuse system.
Thank you very much. Maybe after this seminar, I would like to become some suggestion for you for the how your FDA open the channel for refill and returnable packaging for home care and personal care. Thank you.
Yeah. I will be in Bangkok next month, so we can arrange to meet.
We have next questions from the Elizabeth.
Thank you. Selamat pagi, Pak Rayang. Thank you so much for your presentation today. I'm interested to know, what can Indonesia learn from Indonesia's most successful refill system ever, the Aqua 19-litre gallon system, the gold standard? Could you share a bit about that? Has Diet Plastic learned from that system? Any insights that you could share around the gallon system?
Yes, but actually, yeah. Thank you so much for the questions. Selamat pagi for you too. Yes, we actually learn from the water gallon system and also the cooking gas, because these two commodities is basically a return systems. We only buy the packaging once in the first time, and then we just return it, and then we got the new with the product in its so that's what we try to replicate for the other communities, like the cosmetics that I mentioned. And also our FDA now is trying to also regulate the processed foods. We are also in part of the consultations, which will be more interesting if this year's the FDA also issue that new regulation. So but I mean, like as I think we can say that both of our countries is like a biggest petrochemical in the region. So we have a challenges. So there are news about how the reusable plastics for these communities contains BPA. Well, everything contains BPA, and it's not only BPA, it's other chemicals too. It's hundreds in plastics, but I think if we standardize it, we can reduce the expose. We have it's not published yet, but we have a research with one of university here to test the washing standards with different types of concentrations for the processed foods in reusable plastics, which kind of washing methodology that's exposed less to the chemicals to the product. So I mean, like, for 40 years we use the drinking water gallons and we're fine. I mean, like, we just knew about the microplastics in the recent years, but in chemicals, well, we need more than that. But I think the ideas, the basic ideas is we want to replicate the drinking water gallon and cooking gas into any other commodities. For now in Indonesia, it's only for the cosmetics and processed foods that's being regulated by the governments. But in reality, some of our reuse business also do for the home care. Also for the takeaway foods, we have some pilots on takeaway foods and also for the events. And materials wise, we have multiple materials. Some our reuse businesses use stainless steels for events, use also plastic for events, which is for now those who are food grade, like the PP plastics. And for the returnable models for cosmetics, for processed foods, we have multiple materials. Some still use HDPE, some also use PET, some other use glass events for like drinking water, and also like we still have like a tea, iced tea in the bottles, and also like coconut water in a glass bottle. So some of our reuse business also use that. So yes, the idea is how to bring back the old. I mean, like during I think 20-30 years ago, I still have still enjoy the soft drinks in glass bottles. Yes, and we want to go back there, and our reuse business here is trying to do that in new terms, the reuse ones. And we still have that models, the drinking water, even the beers also still use that. One of the big brands in Indonesia still do the returnable. So I think we're not really eliminated from that models, but we want to bring it back and more for the other commodities too. Thank you so much.
We have a couple questions in the chat box, and with Indonesia, EPR is still being developed. Is there any incentive from the government to encourage reuse for the economics, operators, and businesses? That's the first question. And what kind of mechanisms being used to encourage these transitions in Indonesia?
So yeah, for the first questions, we have our 2019 APR regulation in place, but this year our Ministry of Environment tried to strengthen it to make it more mandatory, because the current APR law is voluntary. But in our current active regulations, there is no incentives from the governments, both for the for the reuse operators or reuse business, and for the FMCGs. Even for the recycling, they also don't have the incentives. So that's what we want to try to explore in the revised EPR law this year, to explore that incentives, either fiscal or non-fiscals, both for the reuse operators and for the businesses. Mechanisms to encourage transition. So for now, one of the statement from our Minister of Environment is all cities in Indonesia that still have the open dumping landfill needs to close as soon as possible. Need to close it as soon as possible, and move it to the more sanitary landfill and waste reduction. So we use his statement there because he mentioned about the waste reduction multiple times to as a hook for the government, for the business, and also for the reuse operator, that we need to work more on this and try to accelerate the development of the revised EPR law. So we are currently working with the Ministry of Environment to prepare the academic paper on why reuse needs to be in place as soon as possible. And also we consulted with many producer responsibility organization, or PRO, in mostly in Europe, on how the reuse there is being implemented. As for example, in France, the PRO there is implementing reuse in 4 regions in France. So they have a mandate that 5% of the eco-modulation fees, the EPR fees that they collected, needs to go to reuse. And so we want to adopt that, how we can adopt that in Indonesia and maybe in other region in Southeast Asia. So I think that's why it's very important to make reuse as part of the EPR, because it's the mandate for the business sectors to encourage the transitions from the single-use plastics to reusable and returnable models.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are moving to the next talk from the Mr. Shingo Yoshizumi, CEO from the Kaman Corporation, Japan. And I would like to use this opportunity to provide a brief introductions of Mr. Yoshizumi. He is the founder and CEO of Kaman Corporations and Circular Economy Entrepreneurs, as well as the former Sony business developer. He is the founder of Miglu, Japan's leading reuse container sharing platform, implemented in more than 20 cities and the major events, including professional soccer match and festival. And Mr. Shingo holds a master's degree from the Keio University and the MBA from the IE Business School, and actively mentors several circular startup initiative. So today he will be talking under the topic of a reusable takeaway container sharing service from Japan. So please welcome Mr. Yoshizumi. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shingo, and very nice to meet you. I'd like to share. Can you listen? Can you hear me? And also, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides. So.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the introduction. I'm Shingo, founder and CEO of the Kaman Corporation. So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to present Meglu to all of you from Thailand and the ASEAN countries. And I'll first give a short 10 minutes presentation, and then we'll have time for the question and discussions. That's fine.
Excuse me, I would like you to switch your sharing mode. Yeah. Switch also sharing your screen.
I'm sharing the screen, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Shingo, now we see the presenter view. Maybe if you can click on the 3 dots at the bottom of your screen and then hide presenter view.
The opposite side.
Can you share it again, please? Now it's gone.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, is that fine? Can you see the full screen?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, let me introduce about my project, Meguru. And 5 years ago, while working with my 3-year-old son, he'd often pick up the trash on the street and give it to me. And I felt proud of him, but also guilty, knowing that the world is filled with garbage. And this experience made me realize that I want to help create a future without waste, not just for my son, but for the next generation. And then in Japan, we produce 8.2 million tons of the plastic waste each year, and half of it comes from the packaging. And I was also contributing to this problem through my frequent use of the food delivery service like Uber Eats or, and I knew I had to take an action about this problem. And now many eco-conscious restaurants uses paper-based alternatives, not they're using the single-way plastic waste. But while this reduces the CO2 emissions slightly, it actually increases waste because the paper is twice as heavy as plastic. So we believe that the best solution is reusable containers, and that can reduce the CO2 emission by 90% and achieve the zero waste. However, the reusable needs to be returned. So it's very tough for the people, but we can overcome the operational challenge with digital solutions. And then we launched the Meguru in Kamakura at 1 hour from the Tokyo city, and 4 years ago. And here's how it works. And first, just when ordering the food at the restaurant or cafe, you just say Meguru please, and then scan the QR code and take your meals. And after eating, you can return to the any participating restaurant or the return spot at the office or co-working space. And our staff collects the packages and clean them, and then we distribute it to the containers, the restaurant again. And so, and thanks to our simple web app, we can achieve the return rate of over 99%, 99.8% now. And we have also designed the containers especially for the sharing, leak-proof and easy to clean and durable. So they made from the biomass naphtha, which reduces the CO2 emission while maintaining the durability of conventional materials. So next, what are the benefits for the restaurants? And first of all, the container itself with disposable paper boxes, soupy foods are a big problem. The boxes gets soggy, it's very soft, and but the Meguru is different. If we use reusable packages, and we can offer the leak-proof, and it makes the food look beautiful and delicious. And second one is the cost. It costs about 50 yen per box if they adopt the bagasse or paper-based containers, and it's almost the same price. And yeah, and the third, unlike the disposable, that creates a waste, but the Meguru is a zero waste and has a much lower carbon footprint. And the biggest advantage for the restaurant, the owner tells us that they're seeing more customers. They are new people who choose the restaurant specifically because they use the Meguru. So they love to get the new customers due to adopt the Meguru. And please look at these pictures. And this is just one soccer match. After the one soccer match, the garbage storage, 1 pound of the waste is created by 20,000 funds in a single game, and half of that, it means 500 kilograms, is nothing about the disposable cups and the food containers. So we love the game, but we must stop these issues. So this is why we need Meguru for the event. And 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, the Shonan Bellmare, our professional football team in Japan, adopted our service, and we achieved a full reuse adoption at their stadium, and using RFID technology to track the container usage. And this technology not only improved the return rates, but also helped the measures environment impacts. So we use RFID stickers on every containers to make the return process fun and digital. When a fan returns the containers, 3 things happen instantly. They see a thrilling goal scene on the screen, and the players said thank you to them. And their CO2 and the waste reduction are visualized right there on the screen. And by digitalizing the operation, we make it both highly efficient and an exciting experience for fans. So now let me show a short video that highlights how this works and in stadium. Can you see? Yeah, so at that time, 14,000 people have used our service, and 70% of them reported a positive shift in their environment awareness. The return rate is about 95%. But the reusable containers are initially expensive. It's about 1,000 yen per each box. And if you use a disposable one, it's about 25 yen to 50 yen. And but if we use more than 100 times, the cost per use drops to 10 yen. And even when adding the cleaning cost and the operational cost, they are as affordable as bio-based disposable containers. So now Megura is growing quickly and expanding to more than 20 cities across Japan. And now it's time to scale up. So we are ready to take the next step with a global vision. Yeah, anyway, thank you. So Megura isn't just a service, and it's a movement to create a waste-free world. So let's build a sustainable future for the next generation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting talk. We have 5 minutes for questions. If there are any question, please raise your hand, and our host will be open your microphone. So, please. Okay, we have one questions from Miss Sirikan.
Hello, it's me again. Surikan from MTEC, Thailand. We met through online as well in Japan last year. You could remember me. Hi. Yeah. So actually from Thailand's perspective, I think the return rate is very high for Meguru, like 95%. Can you share with us a little bit, like how can you achieve such high return rate?
Yeah, actually, due to the high return rate, like 95, in the town case, the customers have to scan the QR code to contact with the customers. If they don't return the packages after 1 week later, I will send the system email to the customers. Please return the containers to immediately, and then most of them return them. So that's why the return rate is about 99% at the town return rate. And in the another one, at the stadium, more than 10,000 people are using, and to deposit is very difficult for us because of the operation. And so we just passed it no registration, but the biggest the important thing is that to tell that this is a reusable package, so you have to return it. So one, we have to communicate with the customer deeply. I mean, we need posters, and each restaurant owners tell the customer today this is a reusable, please return it. And then, yeah, that's very important. And the second one, some people don't understand that this is a reusable, and this they put away to the bins. But there's a RFID sticker here, so we can scan the reusable packages in the garbage. So we improve the return rate by the scanning.
Hello, Mr. Shingo. My name is Chutima from MTEC, and I have a question about your fee that you mentioned that your consumer do not pay the rent fee or something. This is free for consumer. And how look like your business, how you profit from the business, such a business model like this? You cooperate with a restaurant, or can you explain a little bit more from your business model? Thank you.
Yeah, it's almost the same as the disposable packages. I mean, the disposable packages, the customer doesn't pay. Actually, it includes the fee of the food, but if they pay $10, 50 cents are for the disposable packages. Instead of paying the disposable packages, they can pay to us. I mean, the restaurant owners pay to us. So one time they pay us 50 cents to us.
It mean your benefit is come from the how many times that your consumer use the reusable packaging from. And another question, I would like to ask about the design for reusable cups or the containers. What kind of the plastic that you use for the for your containers, for the durable property also that you have to invest for your business? And you mentioned in one slide that the cost is about 1,000 yen approximately, and that would be more benefit when you use more time or each time, for example, 100 times like that. And yeah, the first one is what kind of polymer that you use for cups and food containers, and another one is how does it achieve for the 100 times to use it? Thank you.
Thank you. We use PP, polypropylene, and actually that is the polypropylene is the most common plastic and also easy to recycle after using 500 times. And also it's very durable, light, and so we are adapting PP, but we use the biomass naphtha. The Mitsui Chemicals provided us the very bio-based polypropylene. And the second question, it's very doable. We can use more than 500 times. So that's why we achieve that each usage is not so expensive for us.
Thank you. I think we have one or two questions from Ms. Han here. And after this question that I read from chat box, I would like to give some opportunity to Mr. Natapon to ask you. No? And the question from Ms. Han is about how do the customers perceive the hygiene issue?
So the customer hygiene issue, yeah, it's almost the same at the hygiene level quality is almost the same at the restaurant. I mean, if we go to the restaurant there, they provided us with the reusable, I mean, dishes is from the glass or something like that. And yeah, it's almost the same. So we have a cleaning station at each area, and then they collect them and they clean them carefully, and then packages with PE plastic bag, and then we store it. And so yeah, we that it's very clean, and also we communicate with the customer that this is very clean packages. And actually, no claims about the hygiene yet.
So, and another question from Ms. Han also, how many collection points do you operate now? And ask about the total system. In the total system, need some money to invest at the beginning. Roughly, how about the investment here at the beginning? This is the two questions. The first one is collection points, how you create and operate that. And the second one is the total investment at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. And the first is the collection point. Yeah, actually, we have 20 cities adopt our service. But for example, in Kamakura City, there is 5 or 6 returning points, and not so much, I think. And in Kamakura City, 25 restaurants joined our service, and 5 or 6 return points. And it looks like not so much, but the biggest important thing is to put the returning point at a very convenient place and near the station. Everybody pass through the station. So the east side of the station and the west side of the station, if we cover these 2 points, most of people commute to Kamakura station. So it's very efficient. So we put 6 places, very convenient place. So that's really that enough. And the second question is money. For the investing for the mold system. We made these cups original one. So to develop the mold is very expensive. So we got the grant from the Singapore NPO called Alliance to End Plastic Waste. So they granted it to us.
Okay, we have a limited time, so I would like to have just about the 3 questions. First question from the chat. Mr. Natapon, please ask your question.
Hello, Mr. Shingo.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Natapon from Eco Crew. I think our concept is really close maybe we could be the partner in the future. So I would like to ask you about during the event, people are so busy, right? How you deal with how you ask the people scan every cups or containers in the busy time in the event?
I see. And there are two types. One is at the town, the daily usage, and the second one is for the event. Are you asking about the event at the event, right?
Yep.
At the events, people don't scan. It depends on the size. If the size is more than 10,000 people, it's very difficult to manage every restaurant. So we just rent without no registration.
Okay.
But if the size is about 1,000 people, we can manage, we can control. So some events, they scan the QR code, and the other events, they get the deposit from the customer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shingo. We have a couple of questions in the chat box. So I would like to ask for your kind insistence to answer the question in the chat box. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are moving to our first panel discussions. It's focusing on the refill system for the personal and home care products in ASEAN countries. In these sessions, we have a fantastic lineup of entrepreneurs and innovators who will share their experience, solutions, and services that have the potential to disrupt the whole value chains of refill system. Please allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. The first panelist is Ms. Han Wu from Vietnam. She has researched sustainability projects in the areas of climate resilience, sustainability, solid waste management, and environmental education across Vietnam and in international partnerships for more than 15 years. Currently, she represents a list of social enterprise models that are the pioneers in zero waste and regenerative sustainability practices in Vietnam. And she is the director of the Green Youth Collective, the first Vietnamese organization recognized by the Global Landscape Forum in community-based land restorations. And she is also the director of Refuelables Down Day from Vietnam. And the next panelist is Ms. Tara Benning from Indonesia. She is the brand and partnership lead at Refill Inc. or Refill Loop Indonesia, where she supports the implementation and day-to-day management of the Refill Inc. customer experiences, both in permanent refill stores and mobile bicycle-based sales. She also serves as a project officer at Ikotan in Bulukumbar, South Sulawesi, focusing on environmental education, microplastic monitoring in the Balantiang River, and advocacy with the local government for the liver protections. For the third panelist, Ms. Thai Wang from Malaysia. She is the founder of Ipoh Refill in Malaysia with over 20 years of experience in conservation and environmental education. She focuses on translating policy into real-world action to drive meaningful behavior change in community. And she currently leading her residents associates to develop a pilot community green hub. And the fourth panelist, Mr. Junil Santos from Philippines. He is the communications lead for the plastic-free future campaigns of Greenpeace Southeast Asia Philippines, with over 10 years of the experience in strategies planning across Southeast Asia, including the Philippines, Singapore, and Myanmar, among others. and he has played both customer campaigns and social good program on environmental protections, gender justice, youth empowerment, and the sustainability mobilities. That's all our panelists for the first sessions today. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Chutima Sahin, the researcher from the MTEC NASTA Thailand. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Chutima and all panelists on the floor.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction for me also, the all panelists here. And welcome again to panelist discussion. This is the first panelist discussion for today. It's about the review for personal care and home care. And I would like to explain a little bit how the visual panel discussion today look like. The panel discussion will be constructed in the, I think now with the time and also the interesting question from the audience. I think just only 2 rounds. That is enough for the time now. And in the first round, I would like to ask you all panelists to give us briefly about introduce your company and your business models. And each panelist have about 5 minutes. You can also share your a little bit slide, 2 or 3 slides for your section to introduce your company and business model. And I think the second round, I would like to combine the questions in the one question is about how you overcome the consumer barrier. I mean the consumer engagement, how you do that, and what is the key success factor that you run your business now? And we would like to begin with the first round. I would like to let you all introduce your company and business model. We begin with the first panelist, Ms. Han from Refillable Dongdae from Vietnam. Please welcome.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. Happy New Year. Today is the 3rd day of our Lunar New Year in Vietnam and China and many other places. So we, should I share my screen if I have some, okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Okay, share window. Oh. Can you help share it from the organizer, please? Okay, thank you, so that I don't. Hello again. My name is Han, and I'm from the Refusables Dongdae. We're based in the central Vietnam. But we also have the last 3 years, we also have a store open in the Hanoi, the capital city. Why throw away when it is refillables has become, what we've been sharing with our new customers. But luckily, since we opened the first store, next slide, please, in central Vietnam, the first store in late 2018. Since then, we also have, over 7 years of development steady. But before getting in the introduction about the way we operate and also some of the environmental and economic impacts that we've been contributing to the sustainability of our locality and also in Vietnam, I will also just quickly mention about the context of Refusables Dongdae. As one of the pioneering, refill concept social enterprise in the region. In the context in the national level, in Vietnam, we also have seen the national commitment to reduce the greenhouse gas to the achieving the net zero by 2050. And in the latest environmental protection law in the 2020. We also have for the first time the mentioning of the EPR and circular economy in the National Environmental Protection Law. So through that, we also have seen a growing national focus on marine plastic reduction and circular economy at multiple levels. Last year, Vietnam also has been through a very major institutional reform, which is now at the local levels. We also been at the local government level, and with the different project implementation on the ground, we also have been in need to adapt to the new reform system. But back to where we are based, Hoi An City in the UNESCO World Heritage Site, and also a very typical high tourism destination. We have been facing the overcapacity landfill situation, the increasing plastic leakage, in which there was the time where the single-use plastic occupy the up to 23 and 25% of the solid waste generated from the city. Especially, when the lifestyle changed, to develop in tourism, we have seen a lot more plastic waste, especially in single-use plastic. Next, please. So with this, I will next slide, please. About refillables someday, we launched the first refill concept store in Central Vietnam in late 2018, and we also among the earliest in the country. At launch, we start from 17 products, also focusing on home care and personal care, as with the most used cleaning products like dishwash and detergent. For now, we have developed our category of products to over more than 200 different refillables and reusable products. We have 2 main stores in Hoi An and Hanoi. And the main impact to date, we have been refilling over 187,000 containers, refill, not landfill. And in terms of jobs creations, we have 4 full-time and 11 part-time staff, suitable for the shift, and especially in Hanoi, where in the, like the big capital city, we make sure that the staff shift is designed to meet the, purchasing habit and schedule of the residents. So that will be the key brief about us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Han. And now we would like to hear something about refill loop from Indonesia. Ms. Tara, this is your turn to explain your business model, please.
Yes, thank you. First, I would like the help for the committee to share my slide. So I would like to say thank you to STP and UNEP Thailand for inviting Reusable, known as Reusable Indonesia, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to share our work in Indonesia. And so again, my name is Tara. I work with Refillin and Ekoton. And is the slide ready? Okay, to introduce Refillin, maybe first I need to start with the research behind it first, with the why. So Refillin is actually initiated by an organization called Ekoton, or Ecological Observation and Wetlands Conservation. We are an environmental research organization focusing on plastic pollution and microplastics in Indonesia. And for years, since 2020, Ekoton has been focusing in microplastic issue and has started conducting microplastic research in all 68 national rivers of Indonesia. And we also do research on the local fish species microplastic contamination, human feces, the waste picker blood, and the most recently in amniotic fluid. Okay, so we can go to the second slide. Yeah, and this is the sachet problem happening in Indonesia. This is the condition. Previous slide, please. The sachet problem. The previous again. Yes, this one. So yeah, the condition in Indonesia environments is that Indonesia customers consume more than 30 billion sachet every year. Can we go to the sachet problem slide? Second slide. Yeah, this one. So this is the condition of the beaches and the river in Indonesia. Basically, around 70% of waste in Indonesia is mismanaged. So it's leaked into the river and the sea, and about 57% of our household is managing the waste themselves by burning the waste in front of the yard. And there is no waste separation or plastic reduction at the source. So we see this as a big problem. And so next in our microplastic study, we tested that 100 feces sample is detected with plastic related chemicals, including EPO or ethyl vinyl alcohol. So this shows that plastic pollution is not only an environmental problem. It has entered the human body and it is very dangerous. But at the same time, the sachet is marketed as pro-poor. So the sachet in Indonesia is very cheap and everyone prefer to buy sachet because it's easy to access and cheap and very practice. But we miss to understand that the expensive cost for the long run to the environment and the human health impact. And there is also a weak implementation of EPR. So producers keep flooding the market with sachet, but do not take responsibility. So from this research and this information and this knowledge, we believe that the solution is on the upstream. So we must reduce, we must stop the sachet consumption and sachet waste production at the source. Next. Next slide, please. So from that issue, the sachet problem in Indonesia, it's the reason why Refilling was born. So yeah, this is us. In 2022, we started with a small permanent store at the Akaton office in Gresik, East Java. And so East Java is the Indonesia's second biggest province in terms of generating waste annually. And then we realized most of the refill stores exist in urban middle class areas. Meanwhile, the sachet consumption is highest in the rural and low income communities. So a few years later, we also shift our model. We use bicycle and motorbikes to enter narrow village, alleys. We have also our schedule on using the bicycles around the village, and we target the moment when the household mom return from the traditional market. We also sell our products, and in many cases, usually the housewives use the change from buying vegetables and buying from grocery shopping to buy sachet. So that's why we see this also as an opportunity. So we adjust our system. We sell the price per 100 ml. So even when our customer want to buy only 2,000 rupiah, it's also very possible. And our business model combines the direct refill sales. We have permanent stores, community-based micro franchise, and education. And the revenue is coming from sales of refill products, franchise fees, and the margins from the community products like house-made soap and sambal. And can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Again. Okay, next slide again. Okay, so this is how we work. So we also offer, provide reusable bottles for our customers. So we're emphasizing the single-use packaging reduction as well through the reuse of the bottle. So the first is we wash our bottle and we put the label, and then we fill the product. So we sell like dishwash, detergent, softener, everything. And the product is purchased, and we use a barcode to scan the bottle. So we have the data of who holds this bottle and what is the WhatsApp number and where is the address. And then the product will be used by the consumer with the bottle. And then after they empty the bottle, the customer can return the bottle to us. And then the cycle keeps going again. And after 20 reuse cycles, the old bottle will be sold to the plastic recycle. So this ensure us to reuse the bottle that we have. And we currently have around 16 women-led refill points. And in 2025, we already replicated this model in South Sulawesi. And for now, we have prevented more than 100,000 sachet piece from entering the environment. So it's already refilled for about reduced 100,000 sachet. Yeah, so we see this as a practical system, yeah, to replace the sachet in communities that are usually excluded from the sustainable alternative because it's in the village, it's far from the city area, it's far from the urban area. So we believe that refill should not be a lifestyle for not only the privileged or the city people, it must be accessible for those who are also targeted by the sachet single-use packaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tara. And now we would like to hear about the EPO from Ms. Paisi, please.
Hi, I would like to wish everybody a happy Chinese New Year, which I'm practicing, and also the first day of Ramadan. Selamat berpuasa. And let me introduce my organization, EPO Refill. As a background of a dive instructor and also a founder of a turtle conservation project, when I moved to Ipoh, which is a city, a capital city of Perak, but it's one of the smaller city in Malaysia, people are quite unaware of the refill culture. Nobody hear anything about zero waste. So when I moved to Ipoh with my children, I decided that I want to spread awareness, because after 20 years of doing this environmental awareness, this is in my core. And therefore, I started up Ipoh Refill. And the easiest way for me to reach to a smaller city folks is by introducing daily use products. Okay, just like what Indonesia is doing, you know, a lot of people who think that zero waste store is always often very privileged and expensive kind of a system. But I want to introduce to the local that, yeah, everybody can refill, and you can come in and just refill 100 gram. Okay, the citizen in Ipoh are a little bit different. They are retirees, very rich, but skeptical, and it's a bit hard. So the best way for me is to introduce the organic cleaning product, which is real, because I found a manufacturer in Ipoh that actually agreed to produce biodegradable, waterway safe product, which is what my resort has been using, because we are taking care of the turtles. So I introduce this kind of day-to-day use product to our audience. And Ipoh Refill is not just a refill concept shop. This shop is actually just like a laboratory for people to understand how to reduce waste, how to shift their behavioral change from single-use. In Malay, we call it pakai buang culture, which is use and throw away culture, to learning that small things they do can actually make a big difference to the environment. From there, we also, our Ipoh Refill has 3 pillars. The first one is the concept shop, which is we are the first zero waste store in Ipoh. And the second pillar is actually education. So we focus a lot on going for talks and organizing workshops. Food composting is one of our very main focus here at Ipoh Refill as well, because Malaysia has one of the highest organic waste in the landfill. 50% of our waste are actually organic waste, which is really terrible. So second is the education, which is one of our money making. This is our core business, because corporates want us to go and teach them how to practice zero waste practices in their workspace. And also I go to schools. And the third one is actually CSR, which I bring them to a real life practice. I have a green hub in my community, my residential community, in which everybody get to participate and learn and hands-on and understand and see the effect immediately, not just listening to talks and things like that. They get to do it hands-on. So the CSR also tie in with my turtle project, so people can see that how their participation can reduce marine debris, reduce plastic from going into the ocean and polluting our ocean. So this is Ipoh Refill in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paisi. That is very nice. Not only the business to run to work is work, but also the demonstration for the people to see. And the last panelist in this section, Mr. Yunil from Greenpeace Philippines. Please tell us a little bit about your initiative in Philippines.
So good morning, everyone. May I ask help from the organizers to present the deck? Okay, so maybe once we're looking for the file. Once again, I'm Neil from Greenpeace Philippines, and I'd like to share our experience with a refill project called Kuha sa Tingi, together with Ripple X and different local government units in the Philippines. So I think I have it already. Let me just share it. Great. Okay. I hope everyone can see my screen. So again, our refill project is called Kuha sa Tingi. Tingi roughly translates to buying in small quantities. And that's how actually Filipinos have been purchasing their products. It's ingrained in Filipino culture. And Kuha sa Tingi is our attempt to reconnect that everyday practice with sustainability. It's a local story, but I believe many of our communities across Southeast Asia can see some parts of it present in their own culture. So before anything else, a quick introduction about Greenpeace. We are a nonprofit environmental organization campaigning on the most pressing issues, including climate change, plastic pollution, and social justice. In Southeast Asia, we are present in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. In the Philippines in particular, plastic pollution has become one of the most pressing issues that we are experiencing right now. A large part of that comes from the presence and prevalence of sachets, or those single-use plastic packets, whether for shampoo, for detergent, and other basic goods. So if you visit a neighborhood store in the Philippines, you would see a lot of single-use plastic sachets hanging around, whether in stores or whether in shops. Now, buying in small quantities, or tingi, is not actually new. Before, people used to bring their own reusable containers when they buy their goods every day. They refill cooking oil, milk, and other basic goods by bringing their own glass bottles or their own reusable containers. But over time, refilling was replaced by single-use plastic sachets, giving rise to the sachet economy. So the idea of tingi was co-opted by corporations, pushing massive amounts of plastics into the market. And today, we're dealing with the consequences of that shift. The sachet system has become deeply embedded in how goods are produced, distributed, and consumed. So instead of asking people to stop buying in small amounts, which is ingrained in the Filipino culture, we ask, can we redesign the system around them? Now, when we spoke to the community members, we had very consistent responses. So plastic is accessible and cheap. They don't have a choice because all they see are plastics, and the alternative is expensive. And these weren't careless consumers. Many of them actually care about the environment. But when income is tight and when budget is limited, with the rising cost of goods, convenience most likely will win. So behavior also reflects the system people live in. If the most affordable option comes wrapped in plastic, that's what people will buy. So corporations have created a system that makes it virtually impossible for people to avoid plastic packaged products. So our starting point was simple. Make reuse and refill just as convenient as sachets. Now, that's where our project Kuha sa Tingi comes in. Kuha sa Tingi installs refill stations inside sari-sari stores or neighborhood shops that people already rely on, shops that people actually visit every day and are present in almost communities in the Philippines. So customers bring their own containers and refill products like body wash, detergent, fabric conditioner, multi-purpose cleaner, and other home care and personal care products. So they pay per amount, similar to sachets. So we focused on affordability and ease. The refill option had to fit naturally into the existing flow of buying. No complicated steps, no intimidating design, or no need to go to a special store in the mall. So, and because it's competitively priced versus the market price of single-use plastic sachets, and because it's in familiar stores, people felt comfortable trying it. So our business model is actually very straightforward, and it's not actually something new. So products are supplied in bulk. Dispensers are placed in community stores. Consumers refill with their own containers. Empty containers from the stores are collected, sanitized, and then refilled again. So our store owners earn from refill sales. So the system supports their livelihood. That matters for us, especially in low-income communities where small stores are actually family-run businesses. If it doesn't work for store owners or low-income communities, this system won't last. And maybe just a few more slides. We also tried to identify the barriers through very rigorous consumer research and market research. So we conducted focus group discussions, interviews with store owners, residents, and local government units. And then we learned that, one, affordability and convenience drive sachet purchases. Many respondents were open to trying refill systems. And three, most were not strongly attached to specific brands if the price was right. So based on this, we adjust the design of Kuha sa Tingi from all these learnings on convenience and also on design. And maybe I will end with this slide by sharing some of our successes through this project. So our pilot run, we started with 40 stores in 2022, but now we're currently present in over 1,000 community stores across Metro Manila. For the pilot run, it was estimated that we were able to avoid over 50,000 sachets, but I believe this is an underestimation because was for the pilot run. There was also reported increase in store owners' profit, increase in consumer savings, and also adoption of sustainable practices. So when people, for example, when neighbors actually see their neighbors trying their refill, behavior change follows. They copy their neighbors, and also it helps that the people or the person selling to them are actually their own neighbors who they already trust for years. So when this store owner says, you can try a refill because it's much more convenient, it's cheaper, and it's much more environmentally friendly, it carries much more weight and influence. And we see that not only with behavior change, but with interest, with different local government units within and outside Metro Manila, it signals that it is indeed scalable and legitimate. I think I'll end my presentation there for now, and returning it back to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yunil. And you can see all of the business model or operating model here. That is different mechanism. For example, for the system like a refill at store, you should bring your food container to the store and also to refill your products that you want to buy. And another mechanism is in returnable mechanism. For example, from the example from the refill in from Indonesia, this is another mechanism to scale the reusable system is more and explain, and not only the refill at store, but also think about the bottle, the design of the bottle that can be reused more and more, and think about the cleaning step after the consumer position. And not only the system on refill or returnable, but also the think about the product, how to and encourage the people, the consumer, with the organic premium product from the EPO refill. That is also. But another aspect I think also important. That is the business is not only the benefit, but also think about the local community, like Mr. Yunil told us that about the think about the not about the business, but also design for the community, not for them. Okay, and I think for the next round we have a little bit time, and I would like to ask you all about the key success factor that you learn from your business now and would like to share with us in order to expand or the scale up the refill reuse system. This time I would like to return the series. Now we begin with Mr. Yunil. Yeah, I would like to hear from you. What is your key success factor from your initiative?
Okay, thank you for that question. From our experience, I think three factors have been essential. The first one is business viability. If refill does not economically work for store owners, in our case, it won't sustain itself. That means, for example, ensuring stable supply chains, manageable logistics, and margins that make sense for small retailers. I guess for context, for example, if a plastic sachet product costs, for example, 2 baht, the refilling in our case would just cost 1 baht to 1.5 baht at the same volume with their sachet counterpart. So it has to also make sense economically for the store owners for it to be sustainable and viable in the long run. And then second is also trust-based partnerships. As I've mentioned, we've also partnered with local government units in establishing and scaling these initiative with Gua sa Tinge. And by partnering with them and integrating it into their existing environmental initiatives, we're exploring incentives for participating stores, for example, giving them a starting capital to start this. That kind of like encourages one, participation from various communities, and two, also signals legitimacy. Because when we see, for example, if Quezon City, if one city is supporting it, and then other local government units or other local government officials see it, there's a chain reaction, so to speak, that, hey, I also want that for my city. And it looks economically viable, and it's also environmentally friendly. So it's a win-win, both for them and also for the environment. And then lastly is policy alignment. For refill systems to scale nationally, we really need enabling policies. So in the Philippines, for example, we have the extended producer's responsibility, but I think it can also be structured and strengthened to incentivize reuse systems rather than just recycling targets, which I think doesn't necessarily address the root cause of plastic pollution, which is plastic overproduction. So governments can also create standards for reuse and refill, offer small businesses support for participating retailers, and integrating reuse into their existing waste reduction roadmaps, for example. In fact, in the Philippines, at Greenpeace, together with our partners, we have been pushing for a policy framework that will institutionalize and standardize reuse and create enabling conditions for these upstream solutions to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Miss IC about your key success factor for your business model.
Okay, sorry. Right. All right. So can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Right. For us at Epo Refuel, as this is still a very, very new concept, we only started 2 years ago. So it's very new and the people are still learning about it. So currently we sustain ourselves by giving talks and workshops. But the good thing and encouraging signs that we see is there are more and more people learning about this method and they are liking it. So I start to develop a stream of steady followers and they are bringing in more friends and family. We all know that word of mouth is actually better than anything else, because especially in a new area where people have no label and everything, they will say, oh, is this reliable? Is this real? So it is a bit challenging, but we overcome that by having a stream of followers that come and support us, and also actually proven that our products are good and they like it and they realize that it is good quality and a reasonable price. So that's one of the key takeaway for us. Another thing is para government. We are very slow, okay? They are implementing banning zero waste plastic next month, in which I actually just I have tried to secretly planting the seeds into the community for 2 years now. So I wish the transition will not be too hard. At least the followers that has been following us will ease into that no zero waste, no single-use plastic packaging phase easily. So yeah, policy is something really important. You know, if it's not just a one-man show. Whatever that we are doing here, we need the government to support and also policies to let us follow through. And yeah, we need a lot of support here. As you all know, I mean, listening to all of you guys, I'm like, we are so behind. We really wish that the government can start, you know, looking into it. And yeah.
Thank you very much, Miss IC. I see the same as you told us, that the same, for example, in the policy alignment, this is the same recommendation from us to the policy maker. And the next one, so Miss Tara from Refill In. What is your success factors? Would like to tell us?
So we selling oil for almost 4 years, 5 years now, and the things that we learned is to scaling up the refill system. The key success factor is not only on the product, like how to provide cheap, good quality, maybe discount, marketing, everything, but it's also partnership, because in our regency in Gresik, we are also supported by the local environmental agency. We also collaborate with the region to collaborate in doing zero waste village program. So one of the output is establishing a refill store at the community level. So with the government support, we can access the village more easily and coordinate the activities and integrating the refill into the local waste reduction plan. So it's integrated. And also in the other area that we provide the education in South Sulawesi, we also have a strong relationship with the local EPA. So we collaborate with them with Ecotone and Refillin, and they have even opened a refill store inside the governmental office. So this sends a strong signal that refill is not only a community initiative, but it's also be aligned with the local government priorities. And other than that, we partner with women's group. In Indonesia, we have PKK, or Family Welfare Movement. It's a women's group in each village. So it's very important in the village levels, and PKK has structured network with the neighborhood level. So when we work with them, the communication became smoother with all of the members, and it's easier to organize the socialization, education session, like introducing our refill products as well, and encouraging the collective participation from the people. And we also collaborate with schools. Same with Ipo Refill, we also enter to education. We go to elementary school, middle school, high school, and even university. So we join their event. Sometimes we also do education in their extracurricular activities. And I think it's a practical solution as well, because the demand exists in school, and it's also effective because school is like a forced situation, like the teacher is also arranging the program to do refill in the school. So the student must participate and the parents also participate. So it's like automatical, like the student have the information about microplastic, about plastic pollution, about what are the solutions, including refills initiative. They influence that information to the parents as well. So the mother know, and the mother know that in schools there are refill stores. They also have an option to buy the refill product in school. So it's kind of like integrated. And I think also it's about openness. We do not only approach our potential customers, we accept invitation. So in many cases, the community, schools, the government, environmental groups is also inviting us because they're already trying to reduce the plastic. They already informed about the issue. Again, sachet issues is already happening all over Indonesia, all over the world, and people are demanding for solution. We all want a practical solution. So yeah, we also get invited, and yeah, I think it's very flexible, and all of us is also community based and economically available. So to scale up for refill initiative, I think the policy, the government regulation, community participation, collaboration, partnership. Yeah, this strategy will accelerate the growth itself.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Ms. Han from Refillable Dongdae. What is your success factor that you would like to share with us today?
Thank you. Actually, at first I would need to thank you for all of the other panelists who, because I start the panel and some of the slides actually prepare for the business model and how we work with the community, including education and all of the different kind of models, including shifting from using the available container that the customer already have. And after 5 years, we start working on, putting more of the recyclable package owned by us. So you already mentioned that, and thank you for that. That I find that there's a lot of common features of our refilling system, and especially to echo the affordability. Which is, as I see, one of the key features of refilling from the ground up, right? Because we operate not only for the profit, and I'm not sure when, we can actually see all of the environmental and social impact business like this become merely profit. But starting from the ground up is definitely, you know, the key common thing across all of the models here. I also find there's a lot of the similarities in the success, you know, features. And I also echo the, especially the part of the trust-based brand development. There's a lot of the word of mouth recommendation. Almost every day, our staff into shop also, you know, like find the new customers come in, and we always ask like how you come to know about us, and there's always somebody who like recommend, you know, for the not only eco-friendly and health-friendly products, but also a very good for, you know, like financially viable for almost everyone, because I also want to share the key thing with our Malaysian, you know, panelists, that we want to shift the narrative of, you know, like kind of consume, being a responsible consumer, right? We don't really need a lot of money or need a lot of knowledge to be able to make a responsible consumption for our own well-being and our environment, right? So by that, we really want to target and make sure that our low-income households in our community can actually access. And by that, to emphasize the part of the focus on the essential household cleaning products, you know, which are high frequency use, affordable and practical products. That is would be easier to engage our community members and form the habits, which is also I would consider as one of our success, you know, features. And we at Refillables, we also have the options of provide the available containers. So we could, you know, kind of inform the whole through our social media, the residents of the in our community, whoever have a spare containers that is not used, you know, because we know that once we buy things which a reusable container, there's some household can have like a lot at the same time, right? And we won't be able to use them all. So we create a kind of a share pool at our shop, and there's an area where, you know, the pop-in customers who don't really have time to prepare containers, they can actually use the available containers with the notes that they can always, you know, kind of save for later, or, you know, bring back for other people's. Another thing I think, which is a very much of a place-based features of our shops, especially in Hoi An, which is one of the most visited destination of tourism in Vietnam, that we encouraged and we target the bulk buyers, who are, you know, the businesses, small businesses. So consider like restaurants and villas and homestays and small hotels, you know, family-owned hotels. They also need a lot of the, you know, accessibility to the eco-friendly and health-friendly cleaning products, right? So everywhere we would need the cleaning products for their operation. So we could target the bulk buyers instead of only focus on individual household. That would also, you know, help in not only increase the sale, but also help to engage the business stakeholders into, because we at Refillables, we also work in a close partnership with government, business, and community stakeholders. And together we form a kind of a network and close, you know, collaboration to build a common destination, you know, for the Hoi An green destination target. So with the common target, it's easier to engage other stakeholders in our community to take part in and share works. Just the last and but not least, I think the success lesson learned from us is the visible environmental impact. So as I said, that for every container which is refilled, not the new container, but the container which is refilled, we count it. And then we monitor and document it every day. So every other week or every month, our stores could inform the customers about how much we altogether with our community. We've been progress so far, and make that number visible at the front of the store, which is actually we found that very engaging and very also encouraging, you know, because there are many people, we still think like, okay, just one small, like as an individual action, how can we change? How can we create change or contribute to change, right? But collectively, we many times we amazed by how much collectively we can make change together. So that will be what we contribute for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all panelists here today. I would like to a little bit conclude the all of context that we talk about in this panel discussion. You can see that the audience also, you can see that the refill business model cannot stand alone anymore. This is the ecosystem. This is the cooperation between not only from us, like a brand owner or initiative leader, but also the consumer, also the community, and also the combined with the local government. And we would like to push this refill reuse issue also to in the policy alignment also, that the policymaker can see that this system refill reuse can reduce the plastic waste crisis also very much. And thank you so much for all panelists again to join us today. That is not the last seminar. I think we will keep in touch again to share this experience more in next time. Thank you very much. So now I think we can start for the next panel discussion. This is also for the question in the chat box. I think we have no time to answer for the panelists, but can panelists or the panelists can maybe look at the chat box and please answer the question from the audience. Thank you very much. Okay, I will give the stage to our moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for all panelists and the moderator from our first panel discussions. And with that, I would like to move to the next panel sessions. Will be under the focusing on the returnable packaging for food and beverage. And also we are lining up with the entrepreneur and innovator who share their experience, solution, and services that have a potential to disrupt the whole value chains of refills systems. So we'll start with the introductions of our panelists for today. We start with the first panelist, Ms. Elizabeth McKean, Dijamu, Australia, Indonesia. And she's the founder of Dijamu, an early-stage social enterprise startup located in Jakarta, Indonesia. Elizabeth has been building Dijamu full-time over the last 7 years. And she is also the experienced leader in the secondary and vocational education with more than 20 years experience. And her career has been built on her strong belief in social justice, equity, and inclusions, and using advocacy, education, innovation, and also strategy partnerships to solve big world problems. For the next panelist, Orchard from Muse Singapore. She is the head of the products at Muse, where she leads the digital product designs and product management functions. And she is deeply committed to distribute to climate action through sustainable innovations, campaigning solutions, and reduce waste and promotes the circular economies. And the third panelist is Mr. Paolo Diano from Me Again. He is the Italian-Australian sustainability entrepreneur and the founder of Me Again, a circular economy company focused on reusable transport packaging and return logistics. He is passionate about building local manufacturing capability in Australia and accelerated the shift towards a regenerative low-waste economy. And the last one of our panelists is Kaki Parikh from the TOMRA. She is the Director of the Public Affairs South Asia at TOMRA System ASA, a global company focused on recycling and resource sustainability. In her roles, she is advocate of the climate action, circular economy policies, and effective waste management system, working with governments and industry stakeholders to reduce plastic pollution and support sustainability practices. She is also involved in initiatives like a business coalition for the global plastic treaty and lead policy and public affairs efforts in the South Asia region. And also, we also welcome the moderator of this session, Dr. Chutima Saihing, researcher at MTEC NASDA. Please enjoy and welcome all panelists and our moderator.
Thank you very much. So now in this second panel discussion, we would like to discuss and hear about some experience from our panelists. And in this state, I would like to, that is the same round question as the first, such as the first panel discussion. As I would like to ask you to introduce your company and business model, and the second round is about the key success factor. But in this time, I would like to invite Ms. Gagi from TOMRA to present and to tell us about your company as first well, because she have another meeting or something after this presentation that I very apologize to give time for the Ms. Gagi at the first row. Thank you. Please.
Is my audio clear? Yes. Sorry, I have a flight to catch right after this panel, so I will leave from the hotel for the airport. Hence, I requested that I have a 45-minute hard stop. But I will quickly share my screen. I will share my screen and just give a quick introduction about my company. And maybe some of you are familiar with this from other parts of the world. I cannot see the panel screen again, so just tell me if my is visible, the introduction to TOMRA.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So thank you once again for having TOMRA Systems. We are a technology-led company involved in collection as well as sorting of waste across the world. We have started our operations in 1972, and show this slide is because the first reverse vending machine of the world that was created by our founders. So the innovation of the reverse vending machine has happened from TOMRA Systems. So the two gentlemen you see, they tried to solve a problem in Norway where glass bottles were being returned. Most of you who have sat through 80s and early 90s know that up until only 15 years ago, we had glass bottles which were returnable to retail shops across the world, especially the part of the world that I live in India. For a small fee, we would return the glass bottle back. And as a school kid, we have gone multiple times to see refillable of Coke, of water, of various other beverage containers. So when these products were being returned to the retail store, there was a problem of the retailer not having capacity in collecting multiple bottles at one time or having to invest extra in manpower. So this machine was really built to ease the collection of these glass returnable bottles. Currently, we are across the globe about 1.5 billion USD in revenue. We are about 5,500 employees. There are 4 business verticals. I will not go into details, but I will focus on the first vertical, that's collection systems, because that's most important for returnable packaging and for refilling. Also helps in driving circularity outcomes. In the recycling division, we are selling sorters to various applications. It could be in material recovery facilities. It could be just for PET sorting. It also has application in mining and food business, but I will not go there. I will just focus on the collection, where we deploy reverse vending machines for collecting reusable packaging or refillables or even deposit-linked packages. Currently, for collection systems, this number is a bit upgraded now. We have about 95,000 installations across the world. But let me elaborate that for return systems in specific, which really help the collection system for refillable packaging. That is currently majority in Europe. In the US, if you can see the dark blue color, that's in Europe, USA, Canada, as well as Australia. So mostly these are the places where we have seen this packaging coming. That's, if you can see my pointer now. In Southeast Asia, Singapore will be the first country which has come up with a deposit return system. And the reason I speak about deposit return systems, or DRS as we call it, because it is the one solution that leads to extremely high collection rates because you're incentivizing the consumer. I will come up to some numbers later. Just to give a very broad example, and many of you may have seen MacArthur Foundation, the annual production of 78 million tons of plastic waste that we are generating. If you just see this part, only 14% is being collected for recycling. And this is the problem. How do we close the loop? Either in circularity, where a PET bottle again goes into recycling, comes back into being a PET bottle, or being refilled. If this part is not captured, we still are looking at issues, because if you see 40% is going into landfill, 14% is incinerated, and 32% is leakage. So at Tomra, we have a pledge that at least for the PET bottles, we want to collect about 500 billion bottles by the next 10 years. And that is a big goal that our leadership has set. Currently, we are collecting, if you see this number here, 47 plus billion. I think this year we will come to billion bottles. Our goal really is to reach that. And currently deposit systems are in 60 plus countries, but like I mentioned, that's mostly in Europe and US. That's simply because they have a policy on deposit return systems. That's typically how a reverse vending machine looks like. All these bottles that you see in the back, while buying these bottles from the store, the consumer has paid the price of the bottle plus a fully refundable deposit. And once you have consumed the beverage or whatever kind of food product that is, when you bring the packaging back into the right collection point, then you will give this deposit back that you had paid earlier. So that is a simple system. The cornerstone of this is policy. In the earlier panel, I heard saying that policy really makes one big pillar for increasing refillability, increasing reusability. And we believe the same. And hence, our work hinges on helping governments reframe policies, especially in the Asian side, because expanded producer responsibility, mostly voluntary in ASEAN countries, is being upgraded now. India being one example, where we came out with a fully implementable mandatory EPR system back in 2022. I think most other ASEAN countries are now focusing on the same. I mentioned that I will give you some pointers here. If you look at the countries here, Germany, they introduced deposit systems many years ago. Highest deposit that they have, maybe in all of Europe, it's 0.3 euros. That's 30 euro cents. It's a significant amount. Look at the percentage of collection. That's simply because the incentive is high. And the material type used here is PET, glass, as well as metal cans. So the glass part in Europe is still one single time use, but a large part is still collected for refilling. And if you look at Asian countries, most of the beer bottles, that's made for reuse. In India, typically, we never thought of a one-way glass, that is a single-use glass. So most of the glass packaging is refillable. And I think currently in India, there are some PET bottles, I think ranging more than 5 liters and above, that's still reusable. So collection of that can really help when you put deposit systems. Norway, for example, another very good deposit market, very stable systems, they have 92% collection rate. So if you see any of these countries who have a deposit, they will always reach 90% and above. This has been our experience. And if you look at these countries, UK, for example, there's no deposit, highly, civic values are high, etc., etc. But if you don't put incentive, then collection rates typically remain low. Just an example of Lithuania, from 34%, they reached 92%. Just giving circularity here, put in deposit return systems. I'll go one day, but I'll stress it. You can actually replace 200 new virgin bottles if you put a deposit system in place. So for 100 that could be put into the market, you will save 200 from coming virgin bottles. What it means is when these 100 bottles go into the market, get collected, and go back into recycling, so that material of rPET comes back into these bottles and hence helps 200 virgin bottles. So it's just replacing this. And if you don't do a deposit return system, then the number can remain low simply because collection percentages remain quite low. One very interesting project, and maybe I will leave a link for you all to see it. We started refillable, reusable cups. This project is done in Aarhus City in Denmark. And if you can see this picture, these are typically the cups that you buy from a retailer. So we have to onboard the retailer into our system so that we give it to the customer saying you want this cup or the refillable cup. When you buy the refillable cup, it is linked to your credit card or whatever digital payment app that you have used. When you go to a collection, scan your phone or your credit card, and then it gives you your name or login ID, and then simply you put the bottle back, the cup back in, and the deposit is come back into your system. So this project, we have actually collected close to 1 million reusable cups since we started there in 2024. We have now also gone into Portugal, in Lisbon. That's the first capital city in Europe to implement this. So we have a couple of projects. Just for paucity of time, I will close here, and I will hand back to you at the panel. If there are more questions, I will take it later, but I will also share the presentation, and please feel free to come back with questions if at all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaki. Okay, when the audience have the question about the Tombra, you can leave the question in the chat box, and maybe when you, Kaki, have no more time, you can answer that in the chat box, or maybe after the seminar, I can send you all some questions and via email also. And for the next panelist, I would like to invite Ms. Elizabeth to tell us about your business from the Dejamu, please.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth McLean, the founder of Jamu. And before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge those on the panel or who are viewing the webinar, happy Lunar New Year, or if you are beginning the first day of Ramadan, Selamat Berpuasa. Let me begin. It's great to be here. And I'm beginning with my first slide. So what is Jamu and who are we and what are we doing? So we are building a B2B circular materials company, a little different from the other speakers, well, in fact, quite a bit different from the other panelists, that transforms bottle cap waste from Jakarta, Indonesia, into recycled plastic yarn. Now, it's designed to replace virgin plastic rope used by furniture and basket manufacturers. So when we talk about reuse and refill, we focus on preventing waste at the source, and that's critical. But even in the best systems, our experience is that small rigid plastic components like beverage bottle caps remain. In automated and manual sorting systems alike, items smaller than 5 centimetres, like in the image, often fall through mechanical screens or are deprioritised in recovery. Caps, beverage bottle caps, are small, they're lightweight and made of different polymers than bottles. In Indonesia, significantly low value means low recovery. So at Jamu, we focus on this overlooked fraction. Next slide, please. So Jamu operates as a B2B material innovation company, and we're a startup and we're still very early stage. We source post-consumer bottle caps from landfill. We wash and flake the material, and we're developing durable recycled plastic yarn. We don't make finished products, and our aim is to supply manufacturers. So where to from here? Our yarn is designed to directly replace virgin plastic yarn or rope that's already used in furniture and basket production in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia. And what we are doing is that we're trying to tap into the heritage weaving tradition that exists in Indonesia, and also to the 350,000 informal waste workers who operate in Jakarta alone. This is important. Circularity scales when recycled material integrates into existing industrial supply chains, not just niche consumer products. We are building demand-side circularity. Next slide. So our environmental and economic impact. Environmentally, we capture small format plastics before they become microplastic leakage. We extend the life of high density polymers already in circulation. And JAMU is working with HDPE bottle caps from landfill. And we reduce demand for virgin plastic in manufacturing. Economically, we create demand pull. When waste has value, it gets collected. We strengthen the informal waste ecosystems by making overlooked materials economically viable. And we've spent a number of years working with the informal waste sector to understand what are the barriers that exist there. And we help build scalable supply chain. So the bottom line is that circularity, in our view, only scales when recycled material competes with and replaces virgin material at the industrial level. By capturing the overlooked fraction, as we say, we ensure no part of the package is left behind. So yes, that's the end of our first part of the panel question, round one. Thanks, everyone. Look forward to sharing more in a moment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elizabeth, for the first sharing here. And now we would like to listen about the Muse from Singapore. Please, Ms. Ojas, to introduce your business model.
Thank you, Chitima. And a very good afternoon to the panel and to everyone who is listening to this. I would straight jump into the deck. Right. Can you please confirm if you're able to see my screen?
Yes. Busy.
Okay. Okay. So my name is Ojas, and I am the head of product at Muse. I'm in charge of the tech solutions that powers reuse at scale. At Muse, as a team, we are on a mission to make reuse second nature. Sorry. Yes. So Muse is the operating system for reuse, which is replacing disposable packaging with smart returnable packaging via an integrated system that works across events, campuses, and cafe networks. We enable networks, operations, and technology as one integrated system for reuse at scale. So we're not just involved in the reverse logistics, we're not just involved with the technology aspect of reuse. We believe that this is ultimately an ecosystems development game, if it were to be long-lasting and sustainable. And we engage at each of these areas to create more long-lasting, sustainable ecosystems on ground. We are a proven provider for B2B clients for events, contained ecosystems, and cities, making reuse second nature. So for example, last year, our biggest event was with Coldplay, four back-to-back sessions of Coldplay in Toronto and with Live Nation. Contained ecosystem, some of our major clients have been Swire Properties in Hong Kong, CBRE, and Singtel in Singapore. And in terms of cities and cafe networks, we have worked since 2023. We're working with Starbucks Hong Kong and Enterprise Singapore in the Singapore region. We target high density, high waste urban markets with growing food service economies where governments are actively legislating single-use plastic. So with that approach, we served 4 markets already with over 400 clients. So we're in Canada, we're in the US, Hong Kong, and Singapore, and we're looking at some of the other growth markets in Asia as well. Our solutions. So we have a spectrum of different offerings that we deliver on ground, and these have been categorized based on the modality or the factor that is going to engage users and ensure returns. So for example, we have something called Scan to Win, which is basically a rewards and engagement layer that incentivizes returns. This is basically recommended for brands looking to engage users into their own loyalty systems in order to enable reuse within their systems. Then there is something called Smart Borrow, in which it's basically deposit-free Smart Borrow systems where every asset is linked to user's payment method until it is returned. And then if not, then there's a penalty charged onto that payment method. Even here, we choose to deliver through different channels based on the context. So it could be a web checkout, it could be a POS integration, or something called a very newly launched product, which is something called One Tap Reuse, where users just have to tap their card to a terminal, and that does the job. That does the asset linking to their card terminal. So the first 2 solutions are basically, they involve a component of user engagement and require the user to be accountable for returns. The next 2 offerings are basically recommended for contained environments, because contained environments, by the very nature of having, a proper entry point and an exit point, they by virtue of this arrangement, there is going to be very high return rates. People are going to follow social behavior, and you end up going to see more than 95% return rates by default. So for such customers, we offer just tracking solutions for their back of house tracking in order to get their inventory stock levels in real time, in order to get their impact metrics in real time, and usage insights in general. The last one is without any technology layer, in which there's only the back-end services of washing and reverse logistics, because in our part of the world here in Asia, washing and reverse logistics is a very fragmented area of businesses where we don't necessarily find it very easily. And so therefore, we serve as that platform that is connected to different partners in this area. And our customers rely on us in order to do the back of house arrangements for reuse. Some of our case studies, for example, are Sentosa here in Singapore, wherein it's a tourist location and users are given out reusables by default. There is absolutely no option given to the users, and return is basically driven more from social behavior because it's a semi-contained environment. The returns is basically, through these automated return bins, and people are driven to return because there are signages. There is signages on the reusables, and in general, when the staff is giving out the containers, there is a small word of mouth that says, these need to be returned. There's also a signage on the return on the reusable itself, which says, please return me. So with that, users are aware that this has to be returned, and there are strategically placed return bins across the vicinity for easy returns. We are continuing to work with 33 stores with Starbucks in Hong Kong, wherein they are leveraging a completely SaaS-based solution of ours, in which users have to link their payment method before they borrow the item to the item, and they're given 30 days in order to return. Now, if they do not return within 30 days, then they are penalized. So this is a very different business model. It's a very different workflow for users as compared to the previous one that I was explaining. Another case study in Hong Kong is with Swire Properties. We are with 3 of their mixed-use development properties in Hong Kong, in which there is a complete end-to-end reuse solution for takeaway packaging, high-end takeaway packaging like this stainless steel cup, as you can see. And we're also enabling events and catering within the same premises. So it's basically a reused hub of sorts within the 3 Swire properties that I'm speaking about. Our impact has been of more than 1.5 million disposable items have been diverted away from landfill and nature, and about 175 tons of carbon emissions have been avoided so far. In the interest of time, I will stop here, and I will pass it on to Dr. Chutima again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ojes, for the presentation about the meals from Singapore. And the last one, our panelist, is Mr. Paolo from Me Again. Can you explain us a little bit about your company and business model, please?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paolo Diano, the founder of Me Again. I'm currently in Melbourne. And really happy to join you all. So Me Again is a little bit different than what you heard so far. We took a different approach. First of all, very similar to what everyone else said, we are making reusable a common practice across businesses. We have a number of different options here. We do bioplastic, and we use a bioplastic to in areas where we can use reuse, or we can use the product but limited amount. We provide packaging for B2B, and we manage the pooling of the packaging depending on the client. We do the whole pooling system from manufacturing to the dispose and recycling of the product. And then we have a technology as well that help us to monitor what we're doing, how we do it, and transmit a lot of data across the customers. Again, so what we do, as I said, this is just an example. We produce different type of materials with bioplastic where clients have interest. And as I said, this is only a small part of what we do, is where we can absolutely create reusability. We're going with bioplastic made with food waste. And we don't produce it. We are partnering with a company on that. Then we do boxes, so the shipper boxes, that's our main business, and that is a different approach. I want to pause here for a second just to say that all the conversations that we had today around packaging for food and beverage, that was something that I started myself about 7 years ago. I did a lot of research, and I thought that there was a lot of capital and energy needed in order to implement it. So I thought I still want to do it. I didn't have the capital or the energy. So I had to find an alternative, and my alternative was B2B. So I'm now working with organizations that are using a lot of packaging, a lot of boxes, a lot of shipper boxes. And instead of creating waste, we reuse them. We build them in a way that can be reused and many times. As I said, we do a lot of traceability as well. So in today's world, it is very important to report. That's one part of it, of what we do. As I said, is important, is modern, and it will evolve further. Obviously, why we're doing this is because the market is absolutely ready. The governments are demanding in some areas. I think we heard before, Europe is already making reusable mandatory, and absolutely the consumers are asking for it. So you think everything is great, but it's not, because unfortunately it's not mandatory everywhere, and unfortunately it's only partially mandatory. So it makes it very complex. So it's a good story, but what I found very difficult is to create a perception that it's not just a good story, but is actually achievable and easy to achieve. So this is a bit more around what we do in terms of the technology. It is a step further from what I was showing you before. This is actually can upload invoices, information that can be shared with customers. It can provide MSDS, it can provide legal documents, it can be open to customers, or can be restricted to suppliers only or to government entity only. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I see here your business is not only the business, but also the innovation and technology combined together to run the company or business, and also to expand the reuse and returnable packaging of all here. And for the next round, I would like to ask you all to share about the lesson learned from your business model or the key success factor that how you achieve this, and how to promote and expand the reuse returnable system for the packaging industry. This time, I would like to invite Mr. Paulo at the first to give opinion about.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Look, it's not, as I was saying before, it's not easy. Reusable is a great story, but in large scale costs a lot of money. There's a lot of capital involvement. So it's about finding the right balance. So the formula that we use and adapted is fair to the customer. In fact, we don't charge any extra. We're trying to provide like-for-like cost, but with additional benefits, which is obviously the reuse, the reporting, the technology, and that is one item that customer do like. Although I also discovered that savings is not necessarily what they need. What they really worry sometimes is the change management. So the disruption in the business and into the day-to-day operation. They're very worried that something new could affect them more than the savings that they. So the last bit I'm saying about my experience is don't give up. Really keep asking around, keep putting yourself out there. It is something, it is the future. It is the future. And I think the future is not made of one solution. It's made of all of the solutions that are presented today. So yeah, keep going.
Thank you very much. Just keep going. This is the important word today. Keep
Yes.
going on the reuse and returnable system. Okay, thank you very much. And For the next panelist, I would like to invite Ms. Ojes to share about your lesson learned and key factors, please.
Sure. I think the first one I also mentioned during my presentation is that reuse ecosystems are extremely important rather than siloed successes, siloed pilots. And here, as the previous speaker also mentioned, that we need capital, we need big investments for creating networks, for washing, for creating networks for reverse logistics. And most importantly, I think this is a very undermined area, but return networks is a very crucial aspect of reuse. Usually creating return networks is a challenge. We have seen that as a big challenge in our business because it's related to securing land, taking permissions, and especially when it runs into areas of whether it is public or private land, there's a lot of challenge there. We believe that the adoption is as much a factor of return as it is of simple borrowing. In fact, in some of our projects, we have made sure to have twice as more return points, collection points, than the borrow points, because ultimately you don't want the user to go out of their way in order to return. That's going to drive adoption. No matter how simple the borrow process is, return needs to be well thought of. So there also we need partnerships, capital, and the government rather to step in for making this entire, whatever the implementation is, more lasting, and support for it to evolve. So that's number one. Number two is interoperability. The fact that it's very important to plug into existing systems, be it just the user flows, or it could be the network of stores from where users typically borrow their items from, or it could be POS systems when it comes to tech, or it could be third-party apps if the context demands so. And I believe that it's also about interoperability between reuse companies and systems, because this is not necessarily so much about one company winning over the other, because otherwise reuse is so fragmented. There's no way one can win. We have to have ways and easy ways to plug into each other's networks, because ultimately networks wins. So if it has to be shared success, it has to be about putting our resources together. And the third, of course, is the obvious one, where we need policy changes. Enough has been spoken about that, so perhaps for the interest of time, I'll pass it over to Elizabeth.
Yeah, this is very nice that hear from you that the not only the partnership in amongst the business, but also the reuse system provider should also work together as a network also. Thank you very much. And the last one, our panelist is Miss Elizabeth. We would like to invite you to share about your lesson learned from your company, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So for JAMU, there are three factors which are critical for scaling and for success. The first is industrial partnerships, local partnerships, and industry partnerships. So there's three there. The second is integration with the informal waste sector, who are very much the backbone of our work. And the third is policy alignment. So going back to the first point, JAMU works with furniture and basket manufacturers, and if they're not willing to test and adopt recycled yarn, the system stops. So circular materials only scale when there's industrial demand. And regarding the importance of industry, JAMU is currently partnering with Australia's peak science and technology body CSIRO and the Indo-Pacific Innovation Network, or IPIN, on a 12-month project to validate the mechanical properties of our yarn And this has been absolutely critical in our development. But as well as that, the most significant partner or partnership for us are the informal waste workers and recyclers that are a part of our business model. So just jumping into the waste worker importance of them in the waste sector. So Indonesia's recycling system depends heavily on informal waste workers and aggregators. And for us, it's very important that we co-design models with that system and those communities that increase the value of the materials that they collect, not bypass them. So our success so far has been built on ensuring models align with Indonesia's waste reduction roadmap, the EPR regulation, the Permen LHK 75, which was implemented in 2019. And thirdly, in regards to policy alignment, going back to the policy such as the extended producer responsibility creates incentives for recycled content and recovery, but policy must go beyond collection targets. So it should encourage recycled content standards, public procurement of recycled materials, incentives for material substitution like ours. But we are buoyed by the Ministry of Environment, Indonesia's Waste Reduction Roadmap. So we feel really positive about that. JAMU helps FMCGs meet their 30% waste reduction targets by providing documented ethical offtake for plastics that systems can't yet capture. So finally, and in short, circularity requires supply of waste, industrial demand, and policy signals that align both. So without these three, scale is difficult. They would be our thoughts on key success factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very insight information about your company, but also the lesson learned from your perspective also. And we can see that the reusable, returnable packaging and also the collection system is not easy, but we don't give up. That Mr. Paulo said with us today. And again, thank you very much for all panelists for this panelist discussion. And I think we have about 7 minutes for the Q&A section. I think the Q&A section now is for both panel discussion. You can, the audience, you can ask also the panelists in the previous section also from the review for personal care and home care and for the panelists out here. And I give the stage back to our moderator, Ms. Penpailin, please.
Okay, dear our participants, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand or leave your question in the chat box. As far as I see in the chat box, the panelists also answered for all of you already. So if you have any questions, please feel free to leave your question here.
Hello, I'm Srikan from MTEC. I have a question. I think this one is due to like when Ms. Oja mentioned about interoperability between like reuse system providers. I think like I do agree with you that we like the reuse system providers have to collaborate, but also like how to actually avoid kind of competitions or have fair competitions among other players in the reuse system. You know what I mean? Like you can collaborate, but then also you somewhat like competitors as well. So I'm not sure like is there like a way to actually go around it to make it like constructive together or something like that? Yeah.
Sure. I think there's always going to be some complementing factors between competitors even. One's strength could be leveraged by the other and vice versa. So the point here is that we don't need to build for every challenge in the reuse space. Some of the solutions could be built out there already. For example, we are now, since last year, we have launched this new service of licensing our tech, because we believe our tech is a very strong hold for Muse, and we would love for it to be leveraged by other reuse providers across ASEAN. And that's something that, is also picking up momentum. Not everybody needs to invest in doing that. We have it, just take it, use it. Similarly, if we are looking at certain other growth markets within ASEAN, we don't necessarily have to put our boots on ground, because we could find someone already doing something similar or having shared interests. So, I believe that competition doesn't need to always be at loggerheads with each other. We can very well complement each other, or even when competitors are doing exactly the same thing, there still will be complementing aspects, because geographies could be very different, right? So expansion from that perspective becomes easier when you collaborate. So we have been doing this since over a year, collaborating with reuse companies in the region. And yeah, would love to kind of, after the session, also see if any of you are interested in exploring that further.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answer. I think it's a great opportunity as well for today that all the like-minded people, the one who advocates for reuse and actually implements reuse system in their own context, can share the experiences. And I hope this will be a good starting point that we can share or collaborate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any questions from the floor? Sorry.
Okay, I think we have come closer to an end for the session. I think would you mind, like, for all the panelists, can you give like a one-liner how to actually scale reuse system? If we can, maybe Kun Shrutima, you can start first.
For me, I give you one word: partnership. I think partnership is now so important to share. Like today, we have all of you today as a panelist and also the audience. And I think that we are partnership together to build up and to push the reuse system to more upscale it. And you, Dr. Sirikan? One line. One line.
Policy alignment.
Maybe we can do a poll here.
Yes.
For the
That's
most important liner now. And okay, I will begin next with Miss Elizabeth, please. What is your the first line? Word
Yes.
or phrases or yeah.
Sure. I have two words: long game. We need to play the long game. No quick fixes.
Yeah, that's right. And Miss Ojes?
I would say interoperability.
Okay, that is also important. And Mr. Paolo, what is for you?
I just say this. I think it is a privilege to do what we do. So see it as a privilege and understand that it will make a difference.
Yeah, that is also very nice. And from another panelist from the previous session, some
Miss Han.
Miss Han. you are still here, please give us a little bit one word or liner how to scale up the reuse system. Okay, maybe, okay, maybe the next one, Miss
Shingo.
Mr. Shingo, can you give us a little bit liner or words? This is so important for the scaling reuse system.
I am Shingo from Japan, and I think the business model, if the cost is more expensive than the disposal packages, it doesn't expand.
I agree with you. Okay, or maybe another others participant would like to involve with our one-liner. You can raise your hand and give us a few minutes. Okay, maybe you can leave your liner in the chat box also. And for the first session here, I think this is already lunchtime, and that's right. I give the stage back to the moderator. This is better.
Thank you very much. And yes, we would like to thank you for our invited speaker in the morning and also our panelists to be with us, and yes, also all participants. So right now we're moving to lunch for about 1 hour, and we will be back at 1 p.m. So we begin with the Thai case study. So let's enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back and see you in the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon sessions. And we now will begin to the our afternoon session is focusing on the Thai case studies. We start with the first talk from Mr. Nathapon Inklai, COO and co-founder EcoCrew Thailand. And I would like you to use this opportunity to brief about Mr. Nathapon a little bit. He has over 7 years of experience in the software industry, including 3 years specializing in AI, chatbot development, and 4 years in web development. Before he founding EcoCrew, he built his first startup, gaining hands-on experience in product development and entrepreneurial executions. And his company, EcoCrew, is his second startup where he leads the initiate designs of a technology stack, system, architecture, and operational workflows. He focuses on building practical tech solutions that solve real-world problems in reusable packaging systems, blending software expertise with environmental impact. So today we will talk about the Thai case study, number 1, and the returnable packaging service for the events. So please welcome Mr. Nathapon. Nathapon,
my mic.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my slide, or it will stop sharing? Okay, we'll share this again. Is it good?
Yes, good. So please go on.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm truly honored to have the opportunity to share about the journey of EcoCrew with all of you. So, my name is Natapon. I'm CEO and co-founder of EcoCrew. EcoCrew, actually, we are the software startup that we try to use our technology to solve the real world problems, especially the problems that the people can see in everyday life, like single-use packaging. So today I would like to share 3 things about first one, why we start EcoCrew and what we are really building and what we have learned so far on our journey. So can you see this slide?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Okay. Actually, in Thailand, and I think in many countries, the single-use packaging has become normal. We buy a drink, we get a cup, or we buy the food, and we get the plastic containers and plastic bags, right? But the truth is, the most of this packaging is used for just few minutes, and then it become waste like 100 years. Even when people throw it properly into the bin, it still often ends up in the landfill or it leaks into the environment. And not only in the daily life, but in the events like concerts, festival, or marathon, this problem becomes bigger and much faster. And it is the problem that we decide to take seriously. So actually, the concept is easy. If you want to reduce the single use, then you just use the reusable, right? And actually you can do that, but in small scale, like in family, in friend party, or maybe in event with 100 people. So most people, when they hear about the reusable packaging, they think the solution is only the product, like the cups or the containers. But in real life, it's not simple like that. At EcoCrew, we are not only building the reusable packaging, we are building 3 things. The first one on the left side is software. We build our own software, and the second one is system, and last one is people. So for the software, to make the reusable work at scale, you need more than cups. You need a way to manage the operation, like tracking inventory, managing checkout and return. We make the software to support our return station and making the user experience simple. So we build our own internal software to manage the packaging solution, packaging operation. And we also develop the return station software and hardware to make it easier and faster for the user to return the packaging, especially during the events. And in the future, we plan to build the consumer software so customer can track their return deposit, can track their impact with a simple way. And for the next one is system. Even you have the reusable cup, if the system is weak, the cup still disappear and they get lost. someone throw it away and end up in the landfill just like a single-use plastic. So our goal is a closed-loop system, a system that ensures our packaging stay in circulation, can be returned easily, can be washed and redistributed efficiently, and does not become to the waste. This system including logistic, washing, storage, return station that make this loop work. So a key mechanism is the deposit return system, because the deposit return system create accountability and can scale from the event to the city or eventually to the country or regional level. Like you can see in this small number. In just one event, if a system that not weak, that's strong enough, you can see the result like this. In this event, BKK Expo 2025, we can reduce around more than 20,000 pieces of single-use plastic like cups and containers. So for the next one, even you have the best software and best system, will fail if people don't want to participate. So we focus on behavioral change. We try to make the returning reusable feels like easy, normal, and something that people proud to do. Like in this slide, you will see many people it's like user generated content that become to a viral in last year about EcoCrew and about the reusable system. And the reason why that we would like to build the people, because our real mission is bigger than cups. Our real mission is to help Thailand to transition toward to a zero waste society where the reusable become the part of daily life, not just in the special event. So actually, it's too long story, but I try to make it short. So EcoCrew is not our first startup. Actually, before we started EcoCrew, we just failed from our first startup. After we failed, we went to the coffee event on the beach, and we see a lot of people use the takeaway cups that not really take away. We brought this idea back to our team. We start brainstorming seriously because we didn't want to build something nice, we want something that worked in reality. So we spent around 6 months to research how reuse system works in different ways. We research like in logistics or anything else that we can, and what makes the people return packaging, why it lost, and how to design a user journey that feels simple. And from that research, we create our first user journey and user flow, even the EcoCrew workflow. This is a first version of our flow and a basic software overview. So after we have designed every flow that we want, so then we test. We start with small scale, like at our friend party. After that, we try a bigger event at a marathon, and that was the turning point, because in the end of that event, on the marathon event, we have lost about 50% of our cups. And at this moment, we realize about a reuse business is not just about making cups. It's about designing a system that survives in real life. But even though thought it hurts, it gave us valuable insight. We've learned many things, like where people get confused, why they don't return, what kind of reminders work, what return session need to look like, and who are the early adopter really are. So we So we took all of this back and redesigned our flow. Then after we redesigned, we improved our concept. We brought EcoCrew to Burapha University Incubator Program, and we pitched the idea, explained the system, and we share what we've learned from the real world test. And we received our first initial investment about $3,000. So we used that funding to produce our first batch of reusable cups. We bought a washing machine. We renovate our first warehouse. That was the moment EcoCrew become from the idea it become to the real business. So after we launched, now we operate more than 70 events. We have a wide range of target customer like universities, government agencies, corporate, and NGOs. So now we can reduce around 400,000 pieces of single-use plastic, and we scale our service to waste management service at the event. We work a lot with our partners. We also have online ads model and event ads model like this one. From the first test till this day, we improve our return rate from 50% to 92%. We have just 8% loss. So actually what we have learned so far is the reusable are not just only the products like cups or containers. They are an infrastructure challenge like software, operation, and behavior must work together. And that is why our business model involved many times. Like the first time we have the event-based rental at the beginning, like and deposit return per use. And now in current model, we have a new model like a subscription infrastructure and service fee for long-term use. And I think a real challenge for doing the reuse business is return must be easier than throw it away to the bin. The deposit must simple and transparent, hygiene trust, and you need to support in the busy moment in the event. And the last one is policy. So that's all of our journey. Thank you for your time, and thank you for UNEP Japan and MTEC NASDA to having me here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Nathapon. We also have just only one question from the participants. Is there any question? Please raise your hand or leave your questions in the chat box. Is there any questions?
Hi, it's me, Surigan. Thank you very much for the presentation, Kun Nathapon. I have a question about your vending machine. Have you already tested, and do you see any difference in the return rate after implementing the vending machine, the reverse vending machine?
Okay. Actually, it's not 100% test from the events from our customer events. So we test a lot from backyard, but for events we test just 2 events on the Bangkok Design Week, just last week maybe. Yep. I done see it actually not improve our return rate because we don't test it in 100%.
Hello, I'm Shutima. I have one question about the future plan from your company. You mentioned that you want to create such a reuse returnable system for also for the daily life. What is the next plan? Just only focus.
Okay.
I mean, just only focus on the events festival, or develop the reverse vending machine, or for the next business model. Thank you.
Okay. For the future, I want actually we want to use our reuse system in daily life, like for the delivery and for the office building. That is the next plan in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And next we will moving to
Thank
the
you.
second topics and Thai's case study number 2 from the Mr. Kunanon Kong Somwet, co-founder Delifill Thailand. And Mr. Kunanon, he is a sustainability practitioner based in Thailand, focusing on the circular economy and practical reuse systems. He has over 7 years of experience working in large-scale industrial operations and corporate sustainability roles, gaining first-hand insight into how supply chains, cost structures, and operational decisions shape environmental outcomes. His experience shaped his belief that sustainability cannot exist as a standalone image or initiative. It must be fully integrated into how businesses operate and created value. With that, he co-founded Delifill Services Company Limited to test, refill, and return systems designed to make reuse practical in urban settings. Through Delifill, he focused on piloting real-world models, measuring measured environmental impact, and identifying structural barriers that prevent refill system from scaling. Now, Mr. Kunano will be talk under the topic refill for personal and home care. So please welcome Mr. Kunano.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join this one of the most prestigious session that can combine like-minded people who drive the challenges to to transition to the reuse for me, which is really challenging issue. And today I'm curious on that I would like to share about how our approach has been run on the markets in terms of the body care and home care that we try to promote the reuse in the real world operation. Okay, I would like to start from this figure that as I think it can explain really well about how we position ourselves into the sustainable consumption landscape. I think firstly, everyone agree about how our world changed dynamically since in the past about the industrialization, when our world takes the resource and then they try to set up the scheme for the consumption, which I define as the linear regime. They set the system, they set the policy, culture, and so on. And that at that time, you can see that many industry, factories, or the innovator also design themselves to fit to that kind of regime. But as secondly, I also strongly believe that you all agree that our world has been changed. Let's say for the globalization, climate crisis, geopolitics, as well as the the trade regulations. This kind of change resonate to the existing system to be missing, and this is the gap that we need to to close. And we Delifill is one of the solution that we aims to be one of the small operation that can help accelerating the shift to the sustainable consumption regime or circular economy point of view. And in my point of view, if we would like to talk about how to launch the reuse system in Thailand workable, it needs to consist of 3 factors, which I define as the gears. First is about the policy and infrastructure. I would say that we can see about how the regulation change. Let's say for the EPR regulation, when the regulation comes, it changed, but the infrastructure, which is the physical setting, has not changed to align with the regulation change pace. It is not only the regulation of the EPR in Thailand, but also the PPWR, which is the regulation that also include the reuse function. I think this regulation will be one of the things that can, change the landscape of reuse in the future. And second, about the consumer friction. When we decide and we get the feedback before we launch the operation of our business, we see that consumer still consider the convenience at the top priority, even though they have they impressed about how the business model of reuse and refill. It sounds good, but in practical, it's hard because they need to pay for the cost that they need to switch from conventional way to the new way of consumption, which is not practical in the real life. About another gears is about the business friction. We can see that when we talk about reuse, which means we need to put something for conveying the previous container back to the recycling system, which means it is the cost that we need to pay as well, and also about the hygiene issue that we need to try to design and overcome this challenge. And I can consider that these gears need to be aligned if we want to transition the reuse into the real business that can work perfectly in the markets. When we design the system, we try to close the gap for our reuse scheme. Firstly, about the policy and infrastructure, I would say that we think that we need to try first. We need to be hands-on on our execution so that we can see about our baseline operation and we can come up with the things, let's say like the regulatory requirements, let's say about the policy gaps, let's say about the customer satisfaction. We need to try first to see that our baseline, how the baseline information looks like, so that we can see the gap and to propose for the next for next collaboration and improvement. For the consumer friction, we need to lower the effort to the refill. I mean, my feedback and insights maybe when we work with the individual consumers, they will feel like, why they need to clean the containers, come to the store, tear in, tear out, and refill the product into the container. This is really complex for them. So I think the strategy is that we need to minimize or lean the process of work with the consumer. This is the things that we need to prioritize. And also about the container, in the past, we invite them to bring their own or BYO scheme, bring your own, but I think it's not work, and we lose a lot of the potential purchasing order from them. So that's why we need to also provide the container by ourselves as well. For the business friction, when we launch the business, in the past we have the physical store, but I think in Thailand, in my context, it's not really work in terms of the generating the revenue. So we need to prioritize the B2B because they have like the concrete demand that they need to use in each specific time. Let's say in the month they need to use, let's say 10 gallons, something like that. If we can secure it, we can also generate the revenue by working with the B2B. So I consider to prioritize B2B as the main sector of customer. And also about the price, we need to design the pricing strategy to make sure that we can absorb about the logistic costs. If we run every order, just only send to the customer 1 container or 1 gallon, it's not work. So we need to consider about the pricing strategy as well. And this is how our model runs into the markets, that we develop the platform that can work with both B2B and B2C customer. And that on our platform, we have like our house brand product as well as the partner brand that that is the local brand owner to register their product into our platform. And we have like the delivery service that we will provide the product to our customer. Whenever we deliver the product to customer, we communicate with them that, oh, please try to return and take back the gallon to us so that you can get like our financial incentives. We will get them some discount when they order the new product, new order of the product. This is kind of the model that we try to connect with them. And if we talk about how we match our operation model to the circular economy business model, but in terms of the returning the container or gallons, we can say that we use kind of the return from home, which means whenever they come to they order the new order of the product, we will take it back from them so that we can make sure about the container can be circulated to either recycling or clean for reuse. And for our operation model, we refer to the refill at home and refill on the go. When the customer order the product from our website or our platform, we will have the option for them to select either they want to refill at home, refill on the go. This is kind of the approach that we develop the solution, and we try to avoid let the container leakage to the environment, to the open environment. This is how we try to promote circular economy by using the platform connecting to a brand owner and stakeholder related. And this is how the digital infrastructure look like that we try to promote the reuse operation. We have our web application develop the product, and our product includes, let's say, body care, home care, and pet care products. And also there are like, let's say, currently, let's say 6 brands register on the platform for customers who want to purchase, to buy the product from us. And one of the things that we do also is that we will generate the report, and our platform can be like the one-stop service for them about the kind of the product category, about the labels of the product, about the invoice, about the kind of things, as well as about the summary report that we will generate, kind of the carbon footprint that they can save. And by the methodology to calculate, we also refer to the scheme, calculation scheme from Thai Greenhouse Gas Organization, or TGO. And this is how we try to visualize the impact that when customers use our platform, order the product from us, they will get some of the benefit that they can help saving the world. And every time when we, as I said, for our operating model, when the hotels, let's say our main customer by now is the hotel in Bangkok. Every time when they order the product, they will collect the gallon for us. And when we have the next order, we will deliver to them and take it back. And this is how the models look like, which means they will also, try to collect the gallon for us as much as possible. And I would say that the return rate for the container itself is 100%, because how we communicate to them about the financial incentive that if they collect back, you get some discount. This is how the impacts look like, which means when we deploy this model, it can be make sure that they can save like kind of the waste that they generate in their facilities. Besides the container or the waste that they reduce from their conventional way of consumption, they also have the involved in cost saving as well compared to their conventional consumption, which means normally when they consume the product, they buy from the wholesale shop in their area, and the price is a bit higher, I mean, more expensive, we try to, try to diversify our product category into several segments, let's say economical segment, the premium segment, and it is like it's like a competitive choice for them as well to consider our product, and then shift to cost saving for them as well, about 10% as the study with second meals. To talk about how we operate, I just would like to wrap up about the validated assumption and operational constraint that we meet between working with B2B segment and B2C channel as well. For B2B, I think it's quite clear to say that we can deliver them the measurable waste reduction based on the financial incentive that we engage with them. We can propose like cost saving option for them when they compare our product to the conventional way of procurement. And for the next is about to save like storage area in their facility. They don't need to be involve a lot of the space that they need to manage internally. And one last thing is about this kind of scheme can support them for the green certificate scheme. Let's say green hotels, green restaurant. This would be like the opportunity for B2B segment customer that they could get. For the B2C, I would say that if the people who locate nearby our operating area, they will consider it as the way that they feel available and accessible to walk into the shop and refill it. But in terms of the operational constraint, for B2B in B2B segment, I would say that it requires to decide dedicatedly about the MOQ, just to make sure about the economically viable delivery cost, as well as about the reuse. At the very first idea, we would like to promote reuse for the for the gallons, but technically it's quite hard because we need to use a lot of water in terms of cleaning one single gallon. So we decide to send it for the recycling partner so that we can like really make sure that it can be reborn again as the container. For the B2C channel, in terms of the constraint, I would say that it takes a lot of the delivery costs because kind of the amount that they order is like really limited compared to the B2B. So this brings about the thin margin as well, and kind of the rate for the repeat rate for reuse for B2C is significantly low as well. This is quite challenging for me to to try to maintain the level of the return rates with the individuals group. And the last one, we previously tried the return on the go, which means we try to design for the drop point model in some specific area in Bangkok. But I think it is quite the location sensitive. It actually depends on the location, but at that time when we try for our experiment, it sounds not work. So I mean, I can conclude that at this moment, if we need to shift rapidly on reuse, we need to work together with some in the form of institution. We need to work in the closed system patterns, not the open system. So that is about the constraint, about what we need for to shift for the reuse to be scaled. For me, about the policy, we need to to design about the container format that we need to use like not many kind of patterns. We need to use just like couple patterns in the operation so that we will reduce the complexity in terms of operational management. About the reuse condition, we need to also get a clear guideline as well about what kind of the reuse condition that accept in terms of the market. And in this point of view, I mean both of the technical condition and the chemical condition as well, because sometimes it export to some hazardous chemical. It it cannot be reused for some extent. So this is what I think for the policy. We need to set up some guideline for for reuse condition identification. For the policy about the upcoming EPR regulation in the country, I think that would be some suggestion from reuse operator like us that maybe we can propose to the brand owner as the incentives that they can get, which is quite higher than recycling content. I mean, this kind of scheme, if we provide a good incentive, a better incentive compared to the recycled content in the packaging, that could be convinced for the brand owner to consider the reuse scheme in the country. In terms of the infrastructure, we need to set up some the cleaning hubs, especially for the protocol to work, is how to inspect, how to clean it perfectly, as well as about the traceability of the container in terms of to make sure it's safe, and also about the sustainability approach. We need to also simplify the operation. That would be like the win-win for both the our kind of the entrepreneur as well as the customer as well. In terms of the business, I would consider the reuse to become valuable when when we try to cluster the operation in the same radar. About the logistic, I think one of the model that we should try is the share logistic model. Let's say when we have some delivery partner who designed to operate in some specific area, if we can join force with them, that could be like the approach to minimize the logistic cost. That is how I would like to suggest for the what next for the to shift the reuse transition. And I think in terms of the academia, I think most of you may know about the regulation in Thailand. We previously have the refill station regulation, and we, the refill, also engaged with that to assess ourselves about the readiness to this kind of regulation. And we see a lot of gap, and especially in terms of the policy, because not only the refill station regulation, but when we talk about refill of personal care and home care, we need to also consider about kind of the hazardous material regulations. We need to try to understand about the regulation in technical way. A lot of the regulation that that was decentralized each other. So what we need to also consider is to try to make the regulation simplify in terms of the reuse operator. And for me, this is like the very last page for me. Today we are on the platform of the members in region. I mean, not only in Thailand, but Southeast Asia. We may need to build the reuse function locally. Let's say in Thailand, we have like the entrepreneur like us, like Eco Crew. We need to like join hand together to build the reuse ecosystem, and we can like scale and work together as the member in Southeast Asia, join hand together to build like infrastructure before scale to the regional level. And for this is like the takeaway that I would that I can conclude from my point of view about the reuse. I think it requires to use the extensive infrastructure from the country or some specific context, because not only we cannot work alone, we need to build the infrastructure, both the physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure. And to make it viable in a short period of time, I think we need to promote the B2B cluster that can also help facilitate the logistic work as well. And the last one is to build to clear out the regulation that can help the institution can work with the reuse operator as well as the customer themselves. So I think that's all, and I just would like to open for the call after open for the call for action that I would like to work with you all in any specific type of the organization, research, policy, and so on. So keep in touch. Feel free to reach out to me in LinkedIn, email, or website, etc. So, but I think that I can explain in limited time. I think everything complete. So open for the question. If you have any specific question, please feel free to let me know.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kunanan, for interesting talk about regarding the reviews for the home care and personal care. We also have a tight schedule. Just only for one questions. If there are any question from the participants, just only one question.
Hi, it's me again. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for the talk. Actually, to both presenters and for Kunanan, I think you have covered so well from the conceptual framework of where we stand right now and how to actually scale it up, and also highlight both like practicals and policy recommendations. I think
This is very much that we found.
so thank you very much again. A very good presentation. I'm very impressed myself. We have seen that you have recommended, like you have provided quite a range of recommendations. If can I ask, can you prioritize what are kind of like the key issue or the action that is urgently needed that we should like? The first thing that we should go on from now, let's say it's just like one practical solution or recommendation. Can you prioritize, or what do you think is urgently needed right now? I mean, like all of them are needed, but in terms of prioritization.
For me personally, I think we need to work as the consortium for the reuse. As I said, reuse is the physical activity. It's not like the, kind of the regulation, draft regulation setting, something like that. We need to work as a consortium to make like the proof of people as the impact, and then we drive it together. Because I think to wait for the regulation to be in place is not, is not enough. We need to like work and try to resonate the country or specific region for kind of the reuse is ready now. We need to shift from the conventional way to the reuse consumption, something like that. This is for me personally.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, yeah, this is a good starting point for something of like consortium development, and we MTEC and I'm sure UNEP as well are also like open for like future collaboration on a more like practical implementation on reuse as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again for your interesting talk. Now we're moving to the next speaker. Thai case study number 3, Mr. Punyathorn Jinsaman from the Environmental Justice Foundations or EJF Thailand. He is a plastic campaigner, researcher at the Environmental Justice Foundations. He has worked for 5 years in environmental non-government organizations on issues related to industrial pollution, chemical pollution, and the rights of people and communities. He is currently conducting research on plastic pollution-related policies, alternatives to single-use plastics, as well as the history, current status, and impacts of the plastic and petrochemical industries. So today he will talk about refill station for drinking water. Please welcome Mr. Punyathorn.
Thank you very much. Just give me a second to share. Can everyone see my screen? Just checking.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the introduction. And as was mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the case study of refuel station for drinking water in Thailand. So before I get on with that, I want to give a bit more of an introduction on our organization, EJF, or the Environmental Justice Foundation. So we are an organization which has headquarters based in the UK. And we work on many issues from ocean, climate, and also environmental defenders program that we have. But some of our main work is really focused on oceans as well as fishery issue. But in terms of our plastics related campaign, we like to say that our plastics campaign has its headquarters in Thailand in a way, because it had its start in Thailand, and it started with an issue which is close to EJF's main work, which is fishery. Our first plastics project was Net-Free Seas in 2020. This was when we started working with fishing communities in southern Thailand to collect plastics fishing gear and then sending them to recycling processes. And after implementing that project for a while, a key learning that we get from those is that we cannot really implement projects without working with many stakeholders. But also we learned that recycling is not an easy process. It is also very much energy intensive, both from a human resource perspective and also from the natural resource perspective. And really, recycling should not be the first thing that we jump to when it comes to solving plastic pollution. Of course, for plastics like fishing gear, there's not much other options than recycling, but there are other plastics as well that we can replace with systems that reduce the consumption of plastic. And that has led us to our second plastics project, which is the Bottle-Free Seas program, which you can see on the right side of the screen is the refuel station for drinking water with the aim of reducing single-use plastics. And of course, we'll be talking mainly about this program, so I'll come back to Bottle-Free Seas in a while. But the key thing about EJF's projects in plastics is that we don't want to just make projects for the sake of the output of the projects themselves. We are an advocacy-based organization, so we use the evidence from our experiences in implementing the project to conduct research that point to the need for policy change, and then we introduce those research results to government agencies, to the parliament, to make sure that these things become laws. So, for example, on the left side of the screen, you can see that we did a research in 2024 which looks into the carbon emission from the plastic production process. In this case, we're not even looking at the waste management, which is where most people are focusing. We are just looking at the petrochemical and plastic production in Thailand. And our research has shown that just the production of plastics alone causes carbon emission equivalent to the emission of 5.9 million cars over a year just from Thailand. So this points to the need for production reduction and consumption reduction. And of course, these research are then sent to, you see in the picture here that we are submitting some of our documents to the Ministry of Natural Resources. We're talking to journalists, and we are calling for the reduction of plastic production alongside many of the allied organizations. We're calling for a strong global plastics treaty that addresses plastic production, and we'll get back to this towards the end. But whenever we talk about the need for plastic production reduction, that's one question that is always shot back at us, often by industries, often sometimes by government. They say that, no, we cannot reduce plastic production because the people want plastics. The consumers need plastic bottles. I think a key question that we want to ask is, do we really want plastics? If you're looking at this photo, which are all taken in Bangkok City, I don't see a lot of choices here. I don't see a lot of want. When I walk into a supermarket to buy something and I need to use plastics, that's not because I want plastic, and that's not because people want plastic. It's because the system of consumption, the infrastructure that has been set historically by the petrochemical industry has forced us to use plastics. So the question is not really about behavioral change, but it is about the change of system. Yeah, that's the key question of Bottle-Free Seas. Is reduction really possible? Can we move from the consumption of single-use plastic? Actually, to be fair, we should say the consumption of water through the single-use plastic bottle to the consumption of water through safe and toxic-free reusable bottle with refill stations. And I think we're really focused on this green-blue arrow at the middle. How do we get there? What is the process? And I think both of the teams that have presented before us, EcoCrew and Delafield, already talked quite a lot about this, that what we need is not really behavioral change. It's not about just, it would not be enough if the government and the media and influencers come out and tell everyone to say no to plastics. We cannot change our behavior without systems change. If I ask everyone today to start carrying refillable water bottle, but then there's no refill stations, it would be no use. You would not have any place to fill your water. So Bottle Free Seas is focused on systemic change, the kind of change that can create long-lasting behavioral change in the future, not focusing just on behavior. So you can see in the photos here, to the left, you can see that this is EJF team with the central team, and with the Bangkok governor as well. We started the Bottle Free Seas project by approaching the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority because we think that the public stakeholders is very important. But of course, we need to work with groups like Central and all these private sector group that has the purchasing power, and as well as the sustainability in order to maintain these kinds of systems. And I really like this little cartoon at the top of the green arrow, which shows a key aspect of our refill system, which is it must be accessible to all types of people. This really engenders a certain standard to the design of infrastructure. You cannot just erect a refill station somewhere and then just say that that's it, go and use. There are a lot of processes, a lot of systems that need to be there for it to be practically usable. To the right, you see this little box there that shows the counting of how many bottles saved. That is about monitoring and evaluation, of course, and that is very important to any form of systemic changes. When we talk about reuse targets, refill targets, and the previous presenter has already mentioned the possibility of having EPR credit being linked to reuse, this kind of monitoring will become extremely important. There's also this little text with a lot of yellow highlights at the bottom right. It's a very important of this part of the system, and I will get back to that towards the end of the presentation. So Bottle Free Seas was first started in early 2023. That's when we really connected with the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority. And then over the next year, up until about April, June, July of 2024, we successfully installed 10 refill stations across Bangkok. These places will be known to Bangkokians. We're installing it at the Bangkok Art and Cultural Center, Central World, also a lot of parks, Benjakiti Park, Thonburi Park. So yeah, we're going to different locations, different places, and it is successive installation. So we started with a few stations and then we reached 10 stations by 2024. Like I said before, we work with governments and private sectors. So some locations like the parks are owned by the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority. And then, some areas like the malls are then owned by private companies like Central. In all these cases, however, we focus very much on creating a sense of ownership. We don't want to say that these are EJF's refill stations. We are an NGO. At the end of the day, our main work is advocacy. We're not supposed to be doing the maintenance of the water station. It's the job of the location owner. So whenever we push this into the level of legislation, we need to make sure that this ownership is clear, because this sense of ownership is going to be tied very much to the very important job of maintenance of the cleanliness and the changing of the filtration system of the refill station. This requires a lot of communication with the owner of the location, and EJF, of course, we're not gonna just set it there and say this is yours and we're gone. We have checklists and we have training and knowledge sharing to make sure that every location is ready to run and install its own system. And today we still get messages from people asking us about these refill stations. We are still there. Another key area which is very important is equitable access. This is pertaining to issues of people with disability has to be able to access these areas, because we are approaching this not just as a way to buy water, but as a human right, or the right to access water. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, you need to be able to access these systems. And I've mentioned before, there is a need for a monitoring and evaluation system as well. So when we started this project, we aimed that we wanted to get about 50,000 bottles reduced. But by the end of the project in August 2024, we have pretty much saved over 1 million bottles. So that's about 100,000 bottles per month. At this point, it is already over 2 million, and I think approaching 3 million very quickly. So this came as a surprise to us. Our assumption was that it would have reduced much less water, but if anything, this has shown that people are ready to reduce their consumption of plastics if the infrastructures are there to facilitate that. So this kind of completely destroyed the argument of the people want plastics. So that output is very important to us, reaching the 1 million bottle mark. But something that we are even prouder of is the systemic change, of course. Our key partner, which is the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority, having seen this proof of concept, announced that they will install 200 more water refill stations by themselves and 5,000 more in collaboration with other stakeholders as well. And this is very important. I think it is the escalation of pilot projects into policies. And we want to see that this become the norm, where any pilot projects is taken up by governments, agencies that are responsible for that area of work, and then made into systems and infrastructures and, basic rights that people can access. And, with systemic success, we also face systemic challenges. This is very similar, and it's going to echo with a lot of things that both Daily Fuel and Echo Crew has mentioned. First, we found that refill systems are not explicitly supported by law. There's no such thing as a refill or reuse targets in Thailand right now. Legislations and regulations are quite fragmented, even in terms of these kind of stations that we see quite often in communities. Different types of stations will have different permits requirements. So that means in terms of standard and quality maintenance, from a government perspective, it is something that we need to look at very clearly. Of course, there's no mandate on law to ensure regular maintenance or reporting. This is very important because if there's no mandate on laws, then the local authority who has the best, access to these infrastructures cannot assign human resources or funding to these kind of activities. Today, when we look at waste management, funding that is allocated by the parliament to the government, it focuses on downstream stuff like recycling and waste to energy and all these things and transport. But not a lot, no money at all. I think is really explicitly allocated to infrastructures that reduce plastics at this level. So this is something that we need to really push for in terms of funding from a government level. This doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities. I think one of the key thing that we learned from this project is that often people are interested in bottle-free seas, not for its environmental benefit, but for its power to grant access to clean water as a right. For example, the Ministry of Interior has actually had an announcement in 24th of January 2025, so just last year, saying that, okay, we can make funding available to local authorities who want refill stations because we want to make sure that people can access clean water. So yeah, this is something where we see policy push for, but not for an environmental aspect, but from a clean water aspect as well. This policy was pushed by the MOI, but we need to make sure that it is actually implemented on the ground by local authorities as well. And we suspect that there will be a lot of knowledge gaps when it comes to installing this kind of refill stations in a way that would be accessible to all people. So that's something that we need to work on. Second, we see that Ministry of Health, Department of Health has also made clean water a key priority area. So just earlier last month in January, we had a chance to work with the Chulalongkorn University Aquatic Resource and Research Institute to sort of do this demonstration of testing of microplastic in single-use water bottles in front of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health and the Department of Health Director General. So we are trying to shift the narrative a bit to show that, well, water that comes in single-use plastic bottle aren't clean either. They are filled with microplastics. We just believe that they are clean because the media has, the mainstream media has made us think so. So in order to really make these kind of opportunities expand into legislations, into systems, we do need legislations and laws as well. And from EGF perspective, at a domestic level, there are two key opportunities that are arising. Really one opportunity, but two key draft law. So the opportunity is the circular economy law, which is being pushed in Thailand at the moment. There was a project funded by the Thai Health Promotion Foundation and run by the Chulalongkorn University to develop a circular economy law draft. And then the People's Party has also pushed their own draft of the circular economy law. So we would need a lot of help from academia, from the people in this call as well, to make sure that reuse systems, reduction enabling systems are included in these domestic law drafts in the most substantive and mandatory way possible. And EGF is, of course, making that effort as well. Secondly, there is Global Plastics Treaty. I think most people here will be quite familiar with the Plastics Treaty, but this is an international legally binding instrument that is being negotiated to address plastic pollution throughout its life cycle, which includes production and consumption. So there has been the negotiation for about 2+ years by now, and in the latest round of negotiation, more than 60 developing countries, including Thailand, Philippines, and Cambodia, supported this particular text, the toxic-free reuse, refill, repair, and other reduction enabling system. And it was sort of proposed, but it didn't make it into the final text. I think a key point that I want to highlight here is that the people who proposed this text are developing countries. They're the African group. They are the South American group as well. So it shows that even countries that don't necessarily have the access to the infrastructure want this kind of mandatory text in the treaty. So we always say that this momentum awaits more support from the developed countries like the EU and the UK to come back in and support this text as well. But more importantly, we need to also fix the process of the Plastics Treaty, because even though 60 countries pushed this text last time because of the confusion and frankly unfair system of negotiation and lack of transparency, this text also didn't make it. So this is another thing where I think civil society and academia can really help push for this recognition. And just to close off before I go, I think I agree with what was mentioned by Kun Anon from Denglefield, that at the time when the Plastics Treaty and the circular economy law is being pushed and being negotiated, being drafted, it is important that reuse, refill, repair practitioners really work together to develop the necessary systems of knowledge and experiences in practice, even like standards or a consortium like was mentioned, to make sure that once these laws come into place, the systems that are needed can then be inserted right in there. And I can say that EGF is very supportive of what has been proposed in that regard. So we are ready to connect anytime after this. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk, Kun Punyathorn. We have a couple of minutes for just only one answer before we have a break. Okay, so if there any question right now, we gonna. Oh, okay. Ms. Chutima also have.
Okay, I am Chutima. I have one question. I see that you work closely with the BMA to drive the refill station for drinking water. And how about to encourage the brand owner or the organization, other organization to convince to volunteer have such a drinking water refill station on their places? Did you study on about it or have some comparison?
Yep, we're very interested in that as well. Like we said, in terms of the private sector, we are working mainly with malls and location owners because for the project in particular, we're looking at free access to water. So that was our main focus. But we also believe that companies that sell water also they have the right to keep selling their water, but we just think that they can sell the water not in plastics. So the system already exists, right? I think I can mention the names. Like for example, Singha has the water, the glass bottles. That is something that can be used again. I know that Coke still has systems for reusing glass bottles. So when it comes to refill, it doesn't need to be a station. It can also be many types of infrastructures, many types of systems that can meet the need of that. I know from conversations with many stakeholders that the legislations that exist also still do not fully support, and so there are work to be done there as well. But we would very much encourage brand owners to push for these systems, to be bold in implementing these systems, and really shout to make the government hear that they need more support if they need more support. And EJF, I think we stand to support any effort that goes toward the reduction of plastics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for our speaker. And next we're gonna have some short break for 5 minutes. And please return to 30 to 20 to continue with the next talk. Okay, see you after break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After the short break, we also have moving to the next talk under the topic upstream solutions reuse system. In this regard, we also have invited speaker, Ms. Jaya Raisada, Program Manager for the Plastics Reuse Ellen MacArthur Foundation, UK. And I would like to brief about her biography a little bit. She works across the Ellen MacArthur Foundation's global reuse initiatives, convening brands, innovators, and public sector actors to design and scale financially valuable reuse systems. Her work focused on building alignment, shaping strategy, and strengthening the ecosystem required to move reuse from the pilot to mainstream adoptions. Previously, she led large-scale reuse implementation programs across India and the UK, working across multiple brands and products, strategy, catalogically to operationalize circular models within commercial supply chains. So please welcome Ms. Jaya. You ready? Okay. Apologize for any inconvenience of we waiting for our speaker back to our platform. Okay, she is back. Ms. Jaya,
Sorry.
can you hear me? Hello, welcome
I can
back.
hear you. I'm so sorry. I just lost my
Yes,
connectivity
we
for
can
a
hear
few
you.
minutes.
So yes, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so this presentation's up. Okay. Good afternoon. Sorry about that glitch. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I'm so happy to be here. Today, I'll just share some because I know as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we sit at a more cross-industry level. So I'll share some cross-industry lessons that we've seen from scaling reuse systems and drawing from some of the multi-market implementation work that we've seen and learnings across the whole of the Global South with a focus on the ASEAN region, of course. So just focusing on what it kind of takes from what we've seen to move from pilots to systems change. Next slide, please. Perfect. So before I start, I'll just give you a little bit of a brief about the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, not too much, but we are a leading global organization committed to accelerating a transition to a circular economy that works for the people and the environment. So circular economy from our perspective decouples economic activity from the consumption of finite resources. We all know this. I'm not going to go into too much detail. That's why we're here today. It offers our focus really is that as we explore the circular economy, we also grow prosperity, jobs, and resilience while living within planetary boundaries and supporting a fair transition for everyone involved. Next slide, please. So in the plastics space, which is the team that I'm in, our work spans elimination, reuse, and material circulation. So all three are essential in our minds to addressing plastic pollution. I am like the co-host mentioned, the program manager, I focus on reuse. And at EMF, we are increasingly concentrating on moving reuse away from theory into practical implementation on a global scale. So working with businesses, policymakers, and partners to move from ambition to actual operational systems on the ground. A key part of our role in this is sharing insights across markets so that lessons from one context can accelerate progress in another. And that's exactly why I'm here today, to share some of the implementation learnings we believe can help accelerate reuse systems. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. So why reuse and why now, especially in the ASEAN context? Why do we think it's really important for us to also be working in this? So I want to start by emphasizing something very important, which I'm sure all of you already know. Reuse is not new in the region, right? Across the region, refill and return systems are deeply embedded in daily life. A lot of organizations are working on it now, but also a lot of culturally, this has existed for a long time. If we're talking about in Thailand, returnable beverage systems have operated for decades and refill stores have existed for decades. The chura system in Indonesia, tinggi culture in Philippines. So it already exists. There are these long-standing norms of purchasing products in refillable, returnable quantities. So these practices are not just fringe experiments, they are culturally familiar and commercially viable, and that they have worked for generations. So what has changed now really is the scale and the persistence of single-use packaging. That is what is different, right? And for example, drinks containers represent 14% of global plastic leakage. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, apparently right now, approximately we use 146 billion sachets annually, many of which we know are extremely difficult to collect and recycle. And at the same time, research shows that reuse systems, if scaled effectively, could reduce ocean plastic leakage by more than 20%. So this conversation is not about introducing something new or foreign or telling people what they already don't know, but it is more about strengthening and modernizing those systems that already exist and redesigning them to work at the problem that we face today, which is a huge volume of single-use plastic waste. Next slide, please. Right. So when I say scaling, what do I actually mean? So before we look at the specific sectors, I have a few case studies and examples, and but it's more important to clarify what I mean by scaling reuse. So scaling doesn't mean more pilots. We've seen many pilots across many markets, often very innovative, often very well designed, but scaling is something different. So scaling from our perspective means moving from isolated projects into larger interoperable systems that work across different brands, across different categories. It means containers and bottles and systems that work across many geographies as well. So it means overall designing, as an example, packaging for repeated circulation from the outset. So you don't adapt single-use packaging to fit reuse, but you build for reuse from the beginning. It means things like achieving high utilization rates so that the economics are competitive and in some cases superior to single-use packaging formats. It also means coordination, so packaging design aligned with logistics, retail systems aligned with policy, and financing aligned with infrastructure needs. So scale is not just about volume, it's about how do we make the system perform in a more efficient way across different projects and categories. Next slide, please. Right. So based on what we've seen, and a lot of this, I would really encourage you is from our report, which we published with WWF last year, which is called Scaling Reuse Case Studies across the global South. So that's where a lot of the data that I'm going to share is coming from. Based on that and implementation experience we've seen across the global South, 4 sectors consistently emerge as high potential entry points for scaling reuse: beverages, food service, home and personal care, and B2B transport packaging, which is, quite scalar. It's quite interesting, that one. So each of these sectors operates differently. Each faces its own behavioral and operational challenges. But across all 4, we see patterns in what enables success. So what works, what doesn't work, and what constrains scale. So that's a little bit about what I'll be talking about one by one right now. So we move on to the next slide. We start with beverages. Perfect, thank you. So beverages often represent the most immediate scaling opportunity. Why? Because infrastructure already exists in many ASEAN markets. Return systems, bottle washing facilities, retail collection networks are already embedded in distribution models. Thailand, for example, as you may know, has seen significant uptake of reusable water formats. In Indonesia, Danone's Aqua brand sells the majority of its water in reusable large format bottles. Globally, if we see Coca-Cola as well, has a universal bottle model which avoids billions of single-use bottles annually by standardizing packaging across markets. So these are just some of the examples of demonstrated success in beverage reuse across different geographies that are already working. So this is also a very high impact category, which is why it's so interesting. Drinks containers represent a significant share of the plastic leakage, like I mentioned. And at scale, returnable systems, specifically for beverages, can reduce costs and material use substantially. So as a category, it's quite a unique one because it is an interesting combination of environmental urgency because of that leakage, operational familiarity because of the systems that exist, and commercial viability. So they make it, all of this together makes them a very interesting and very strategic entry point. And we've seen that in most ASEAN markets, it is a very kind of low-hanging fruit to begin and actually be able to scale reusable, returnable systems. We move on to food service. Next slide, please. Thank you. So food service, again, it represents a different but an equally compelling opportunity. So takeaway and delivery packaging, as I'm sure you all know, has grown rapidly in the urban, especially ASEAN markets, and represents a very visible and politically salient waste stream, specifically in urban regions. However, scaling reuse in food service doesn't necessarily begin in an open consumer system. So if we look at the two different kinds of systems, there's a closed loop and then there's the open loop. A closed loop is when you're selling returnable, reusable containers in one location, which is closed loop like a university or a hospital. So often it's great to begin in controlled environments. Like I said, hospitals, universities, corporate offices, event spaces, where return rates can exceed 90%. If operated properly. In India, for example, where I'm from, Infinity Box works with corporates in their canteens and serves approximately 60,000 meals a day using reusable dishware. And because collection is embedded within the site, reverse logistics becomes super easy, super reliable, and very predictable. So these examples show us that scaling often begins in concentrated demand nodes before expanding outward into more complex consumer-facing systems. Because the moment you talk open loop, you talk about where are the return points going to be, how is collection going to happen, how often is it going to happen, contamination, etc., etc. So there are a lot of variables. So our suggestion really is to start with the closed loop systems. You can get the high return rates, already have impact, like 60,000 meals a day. That's 60,000 approximately reusable containers. There would have been single-use containers a day just by one company. So that is really possible to have amplified impact even by beginning in closed loop settings. And generally speaking, the constraint is rarely willingness. It's more washing capacity, infrastructure investment, and operational coordination, again, which is why closed loop is a great, again, low-hanging fruit from where we can start and where we've seen the most impact happen. Because in reuse systems, return rates are, as you know, very critical. And in a closed loop system, it's easy to start proving that case very easily. We move on to the next slide, please. I'll jump into home care and personal care, tackling sachets. So home and personal care is perhaps the most structurally important category in the ASEAN region. So approximately, like I mentioned in my introduction, 146 billion sachets annually. And these formats are problematic not only because they're so plentiful, but because of the fact that they are perceived at very, very low value. So it is very difficult for informal waste pickers who operate in a lot of these regions to see value in collecting that and taking that for recycling, right? So these formats, yes, originally introduced and still exist for access, affordability, but they are, like I said, very difficult to recycle because they have very low economic value in waste systems and a very high leakage risk, right? So just in Indonesia, I know because that's a market we're working in quite closely, 1.3 trillion tons of plastic waste leaks into the environment every year. And sachets are a huge part of that, right? So there is this big problem in single-use sachets, which I'm sure we all know about. They're multi-layered, they're very complex. But refill models offer a way to preserve that affordability while significantly reducing packaging waste, right? In Indonesia, like I mentioned, we're working quite closely with Alno, for example, who works with over 1,000 micro distributors to collect, clean, redistribute refillable containers. Importantly, informal networks then become a part of the solution rather than being displaced by new systems. And that's something we're very passionate about. Like I mentioned, we want to ensure a fair and just transition as we move from a single-use economy to a reusable economy, bringing those informal waste pickers and their networks on that journey with us and integrating them into these systems, which is what we're looking at specifically in the ASEAN region as well. So scaling in this category, when we talk about home and personal care, it requires a system redesign and regulatory clarity. We've seen that is a huge part of nudging, especially businesses forward into making these changes in packaging formats and systems and how we sell things and how we return them and how we use products, particularly around, interestingly, hygiene standards and bulk sales, but also it offers a significant transformational potential if done right. And we're seeing a lot of innovation in this area. So it can be done right, and when it is, it can have a lot of impact. And if we move on to the next one, please, then we talk about B2B packaging. So it's a little different, but it's really interesting because there's a lot of work that's already happening in this space, which and it leads to significant reduction in packaging waste. So B2B transport packaging demonstrates that large-scale reuse is already commercially viable today, right? So reusable pallets, crates, and transport containers are widely circulated already in global supply chains. In Latin America alone, tens of millions of reusable pallets are in operation today as we speak. 30 million reusable pallets via CHEP. So that they're a very important B2B organization that already does a lot of work in reuse. So these systems don't require consumer behavior change, right? So some would argue it's probably easier to do, but they operate within controlled logistics environments and are often delivered through service-based models. So packaging as a service that reduce capital risk, right? The key insight from these systems really that we can use and extrapolate is that when reuse is treated as infrastructure rather than just a marketing initiative, it can scale, and it can scale quite successfully. So it's just one example of what is out there, what is possible. Yes, reduced complexity, but a different challenge in itself. And the market for returnable packaging globally, which is valued at 40 billion, this is an important part of that in B2B packaging. And this market, this 40 billion, is growing the fastest in the Asia Pacific. So it is an important aspect to consider. And then with that, if we move on to, these are the four different, if you move on to the next slide, please, just talking through what enables scale across these diverse examples. Right. So what are those common enabling conditions that we have seen that have emerged from some of these examples that I've talked about, some of those case studies that are in the report that I've mentioned to you? A lot of this may seem obvious, but I'll just go through it quickly anyway. So standardized packaging, one of the most important things we've seen, because it reduces complexity and also improves cost efficiency across the supply chain. Because if all brands are using the same packaging, it's a lot easier to collect, wash, and redistribute. Shared washing and reverse logistics infrastructure also is been an important part, increases utilization. What we've seen is that it's diversifies risk, diversifies cost across the different brands, because infrastructure is often the most expensive part of your system, because if you're building something entirely new for reuse, it can cost quite a lot. So that, as we've seen, makes a huge difference, and brands are able to share that infrastructure for washing and reverse logistics. Access to finance, I think this is not a new one. Because, like I mentioned, a lot of those initial CapEx expenditures, when you're moving away from single-use systems to reuse systems, requires money and it's expensive. So access to finance has been really important, innovative financing models, not just financing from grant funding and businesses, but also can we look at unlocking private capital in different and innovative ways across the region. I think that's really, really important for reuse to be able to scale successfully. Another important one is, yes, we mentioned policy, and absolutely policy is a critical lever. But within that policy environment, having clear definitions, clear targets, and clear ensuring regulatory alignment reduces uncertainty for investors and operators. So it makes reuse more bankable. So excuse me. So that is a very important part of policy, but also how are you defining and how are you making sure that in your policy, in your regulation, you're making it very, very clear, you're making it standardized. Another one that's really interesting is economic incentives, because they help rebalance cost structures between reuse and single use. So if policy, EPR, etc., is adding an additional cost on single use, that is leveling the playing field, because now single use suddenly is not as cheap and attractive as it was before, because it's getting more expensive over time, and therefore reuse suddenly is more attractive. So that plays a huge part in being able to level the playing field for reuse, because traditionally reuse has been at a disadvantage because it is more expensive, but measures like these make it more equal. Cross-brand collaboration, and I cannot say this enough, no one brand can do this alone. We've worked with multiple brands at EMF. In my previous roles as well, I worked on projects which are multi-brand, multi-category. There is no way to move this forward with any brand doing this, any organization doing this by themselves. Even the biggest organizations in the world have come to us and told us that we want to do this with others. We want to move together to share that risk, diversify those costs, and move as a market. Because another important part of consumer behavior change and return rates is choice. The larger the range you offer in in reusable packaging, the more customers are likely to change their behavior. So there are multiple reasons, and I can keep going on about this because I absolutely love it, but moving together, absolutely critical. And the last one I've touched upon a little bit is consumer-centric design. There is no reuse system that can succeed if it's not designed in a way to make it easy, affordable, and accessible for consumers. So without that, you're dead in the water as a project. So in my mind, that is the most important thing, because consumers are not the barrier. I will say this again. Consumers are not the barrier. They are the multiplier. So when you design systems that are easy, return rates, you will see often surpass expectations. I know it is different in the ASEAN context, consumers that buy sachets, but we still, at the end of the day, that's what we try to do in Indonesia, is try to design a project to replace plastic sachets in a way that works for consumers who purchase those sachets, where cost is so sensitive. So that it's not a perfect answer, but it is where you need to start with your consumers. So reuse succeeds when it is treated as shared infrastructure, not as an isolated experiment. If you just move on to my last slide, please. Sorry, second to last. I'm sorry about that. You'll have to hear me for a little bit longer. But policy priorities. So I mentioned this multiple times, I think, today, and you all, I'm sure, know this. Policy plays a catalytic role in accelerating scale for reuse and refill. So like I mentioned a little bit, some clear definitions and metrics, they reduce fragmentation across markets. Application-specific reuse targets send strong investment signals, again, making reuse bankable and investable. Another important one for consumer confidence and safety is updating hygiene and bulk sale regulations so that can unlock refill systems, because a lot of times policy is a hindrance to being able to move a product to reusable packaging. So how can we make sure we have the right regulations out there that enable that change instead of hindering that change? Economic instruments I've mentioned, such as EPR schemes or fiscal incentives, which help level the playing field. And importantly, ASEAN also has a very unique opportunity for harmonized regional standards, right? Which we haven't really seen. And I know some of the speakers mentioned the global policy that we're looking at. But even before that, there is the opportunity to do something in a regional way. And that could significantly accelerate interoperability across borders in the ASEAN countries. So that's another interesting opportunity that could potentially be explored by policymakers, and how do we work for this together? And policy, just importantly, it doesn't need to invent reuse. It just needs to create the conditions for coordination and investment. And I think that's really important to explore as we push policymakers. Can we make sure that it is standardized, make sure that reuse is incentivized, and we can look at doing something that is cross-border. With that, I will move on to my last slide. Perfect. So the evidence from across sectors and markets is very clear. Reuse works when designed under the specific conditions that I've mentioned, right? So ASEAN already has the cultural familiarity, the commercial foundations needed, and high potential sectors, which are very visible where change can happen quite quickly, some of the ones I've mentioned today. We also know that the economics can work, particularly when systems are designed collaboratively and are treated as shared infrastructure rather than isolated single company pilots. So the question is no longer whether reuse is feasible. We have seen that it is. The real question is how quickly can we align business, policy, and finance, because all three together are quite critical, to move from just fragmented experimentation to coordinated systems, and coordinated across geographies, coordinated across categories, and coordinated across brands. All three are very important. So this is not about introducing something new. It is about scaling what already works together. And with that, I am done. Thank you so much for listening. It was a pleasure to be here. If you go on to the last slide, my contact information is there in case you want to reach out to me and ask me any questions, because unfortunately I have to log off now. I have to run for another meeting, but I'm really available to answer any questions. Sorry if that's not okay. I know, because of the delay, I need to rush for another meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Jaya, for your interesting talk. And if we also have any question, we will send it to
Yeah,
you. And
no problem. I see that there's one in the chat. Do we have any active work in Thailand? Not right now. We're focusing on bringing together a returnable packaging pilot to replace sachets in Indonesia as a starting point. So that's really where we're beginning and starting to design systems with different brands there. Nothing actively happening in Thailand, but we're keeping a close eye on the entire ASEAN region, starting from Indonesia. So that I've answered that one, but I'm available for anything else. Please reach out to me. Thank you all for having me. It's been a pleasure.
yes, thank you very much for your time. And now we're moving to the last session for today. There's a project finding sessions. We will have swap the speaker a little bit. We start with the key findings from the project member. We start with the title, Thailand's Reuse Landscape, from Dr. Chutima Sangheng, the researcher from MTEC. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. The timetable is a little bit skip and change a little bit, but the contents is always the same. Okay, and okay, the audience, can you see my slide as well? Today, I would like to talk and show you about the result from our finding from this project. And I would like to present about the reuse landscape from Thailand, especially in the gaps and challenges towards scale up. So briefly, I would like to talk about our project is about the emerging plastic pollution reduction and management, and for recovery from livelihoods and health crisis in Thailand and Fiji. The main object is to facilitate the policy and business cooperation. And when you see the plastic packaging value network, we, MTEC research team, we designed the project in the 3 activities. The first one is about to promote high quality post-consumer recycled plastic. And the second activity is to design a reuse, refill, and returnable packaging system. This is the activity that we focus today. And the last one, the third activity is about to promote a coordination among key government stakeholders in Thailand. You can see that all of our activities cover all of the value chain, value network from the plastic packaging, and to support either from the recycling scheme or the reuse scheme, and also the combine together as a coordination. So deeply in the design, reuse, refill, and returnable packaging. To achieve the main objective is to focus on the development and implementation possibility of reuse, refill, returnable packaging system through a structural approach. Not only the policy analysis, stakeholder engagement, but also the life cycle assessment analysis. And briefly, we have also studied about the context from Thailand, status, and the potential for the uptake of reuse refill system. And now that is our step 2 to organize the online seminar today that we arrange here to see the gap that we have in Thailand and compare with the other ASEAN country to find how we can overcome this gap and to achieve our challenge. And the last one is about to develop an actionable strategy focusing on the reuse potential for business operation in Thailand. And in this activity, combined with the LCA life assessment, life cycle assessment analysis also. And Dr. Rutai will be present in the next section. So that I mentioned before, well, I would like to come back a little bit again why reuse matters now in Thailand. According to the Thailand State of Pollution Report in 2024 by Pollution Control Department, show that the solid waste from generated in Thailand overall is about 27 million tons. And you can see the percentage of the plastic waste is about between 15 to 18%. But for the single-use plastic generated is almost 3 million tons, and the rate of recycle rate is about is only 25%, and you can see that the rest of single-use plastic, almost 75%, is go the way to the disposal or leak in the environment. Now the percent of recycle here, that's you can see this only 25%. That means recycling, this is not enough to solve this plastic pollution problem in Thailand. That means the next step for the upstream solution is reuse. So a little bit about the type of reuse system. Before we study the assessment of Thailand context for reuse system, we define and design our study to mapping with the type of reuse system from Allen MacArthur Foundation. And we found that overall the concept and definition, reuse is a system. It's not just a container. So the finding in our study, we can divide it into 3 sectors with practical implementation. The first one is the sector of drinking water and beverage. The second one is personal care and home care. And the last one is reusable events packaging. So we begin with the first sector, drinking water and beverage. From the Department of Health make a survey about the drinking water source preference in the last year, and you can see that the first place is still plastic bottled water, but another almost 42%, that is about in the refill and returnable system, for example, from the coil operating machine or from the tap water with a household filter, and also the returnable service provider like a big bottle water refill delivery. This demonstrates that the Thai consumer are familiar with the refill system already. But for the scale up to overcome the single-use plastic or plastic bottle water, we need some of momentum to drive. So in this slide, I would like to show the case study from the big bottle return system. This is the one of the most success circular case study that can be that's rely on the durable reuse bottle, especially often in made from PC or polycarbonate, which require a significant capital investment, but you can use it many times with the monitoring and maintenance. And also you can see that this case, this success case study have the potential because there are three essential factors. For example, deposit system, logistic that is convenient for the consumer, and the hygiene protocol that is very strict to follow, and that's become to the high rate, high return rate for the business. And another aspect that Mr. Punyathorn from ETF mentioned that's about the drinking water for refill station. Not only the initiative from ETF, but also the another platform to make the refill Bangkok here. And in this platform, you can find the refill station, refill point for the drinking water around in Bangkok. And this initiative mentioned that if only 1% of Thai people refill instead of consuming plastic bottle base, you can reduce almost 55,000 kilogram of the plastic bottle per day. And this is mean that a little bit a small consumer behavior change can be a huge reduce of plastic pollution. And this is also the another case study. Not only the plastic bottle, but also the glass bottle in the system for returnable system. You can find in beverage industry, and one study from Thai Bev company report that collection rate is about 97%, and this model is target just only in the to the partner of restaurant and food shops, and that's works very well. So we move to the another sector. Another sector is about from home care and personal care. In Thailand, as the Miss Jaya mentioned before, that is already exit the refill system for home care and personal care, and also for the retailer and department store. In the last year, Watson, this is the most important retailer here, launched the first in-store refill station in the one station in Bangkok. And this is a big change to move from the community driven to the retailer to driven with to drive this refill system. So, and the third one from this sector is the case study about reusable packaging service for event that that Mr. Natapon from EcoCool present at the previous section, and I invite EcoCool as our case study, success case study, also for the life cycle assessment. And I would like to show a little bit about the concept operating system, operating model that we studied it on. We begin with the cups and bowl production and go through way to the labeling, tracking, transport to the event until cleaning, inspection, and come back again to reuse in the next cycle. So, and as you heard for in the first section in the morning, the standard and the insurance for the reusable packaging is a critical issue now in Thailand. Also, from the Thai Industry Standard Institute, we have just only the standard plastic utensil for food. This standard is available for single-use and reuse case, but just only for the production. We have no standard for the cleaning step and inspection for reuse packaging in Thailand now. So in comparison to the international standard, we can find the reuse standard from the PR3. That is the overall outline here are required to implement the reuse system. And the last year, I think PR3 launched, published the standard for the washing, inspection, and packing for distribution. This is very important to compare with the standard in Thailand. So overall, for the gap analysis, we found that in Thailand, we have no explicit reuse priority in policy that I would like to, that we would like to recommend that push the reuse scheme or reuse system also in the policy recommendation. And for example, the bottleneck for the push the reuse system to scale up is about the hygiene standard also, and also the infrastructure. Now, this is depend on the brand owner or the service provider. They are now know a good connection together between the organization. And the important thing is now Thailand, we have a draft of EPR, and we would like to recommend to push the reuse target, reuse system also into the EPR system. And for the gap analysis, one point is the insufficient economic intensive for the brand owner or operation system. So I think the policy to scaling up pathway in Thailand, that is always similar that the Kun Gunanon and Ms. Jayan mentioned before, is about integrate the reuse target into EPR, develop system level standard, and also the public procurement for reuse. It should be as prioritized for purchasing and reuse product and service, and also for the economy incentive aligned with the waste prevention. That should all come together to push off in policy and scaling in for the reuse system. So, and at the end, I would like to thank all of team members from MTEC to drive this project. And as I mentioned before, this seminar is about the activity 2 about the reuse, refill, returnable packaging system. And for the activity 1 about eco-design and EPR, you can, when you have time tomorrow and interested to join us, you can now register for the tomorrow seminar also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chut, for the key finding from the projects under the topics of Thailand's reuse landscape. So we're moving to the next key findings from the project on the LCA of reuse packaging system. And the speaker will be Dr. Thai Putta, researcher from MTEC. So please welcome Dr. Thai.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thai Putta from Technology and Informatics Institute for Sustainability, MTEC. Today, the topic that I will present today is under the activity 2 that Dr. Shutiphon mentioned before. The topic I will present about the life cycle assessment on reusable packaging system, and I will focus on the LCA and life cycle costing analysis as well. First of all, I would like to present the approach that we will use in this presentation. We apply the life cycle of plastic packaging that we consist about the whole system thinking, that we start from the raw material acquisition, the first production and use phase, and also the washing phase. until the end of life, that we use the same approach with the life cycle thinking. And in terms of the system boundary, we focus from the origin of the packaging until the end of life. And the functional unit was set as one use of a bowl. And we have the valuable data from EcoCrew from Mr. Natapong. Sorry, from Mr. Natapong to provide the valuable data that we use in this life cycle analysis. Sorry, and this this research we try to compare between the linear approach and together with the circular approach. In terms of the result, we focus on the two aspects. The first one is about the environmental impact aspect, and another one is the economic performance. The methodology that we used in this research, we follow from the life cycle framework belong to the ISO 14044. And the environmental impact that we select in this result, we select the two main issue that is the mainstream for the plastic issue. The first one is about the global warming potential, and another aspect is about the fossil resource scarcity. And in terms of the economic performance, we focus on the life cycle costing analysis. In the life cycle costing analysis, we used in the same pattern or same boundary with from the life cycle thinking approach. We select the data from raw material acquisition, the production, use phase, and until the end of life, together with the transportation phase. Next, the packaging that we focus in this study, we can show that we have the full approach. We focus from the material input that we have the virgin material and also alternative material that we select the some of packaging that is the alternative packaging is from the sugarcane and sugarcane bagasse, not sugarcane trash. And another approach is about the end of life approach. The first one is the returnable packaging system that we get the data from the service provider from EcoCrew. And another approach is the composting by the biomass alternative material. And next, I would like to show some of EcoCrew landscape that Mr. Natapong already mentioned before, that right now, until now, they have provided more than around 70 events that can divide into 3 sizes. The first one is about the small scale, and the second one is medium scale, and last one is the large scale. That we have the detailed data provided from Mr. Natapong from EcoCrew. We have the in-depth data from 6 events that we used in this study. Another part that is very important for the returnable system is the washing ecosystem. In this research, we have divided into 3 main systems. The first one is about the whole dishwashing system. Another one, if the event was set in the long distance from Bangkok or central area, the event have to wash by hand washing first in the first step, and then they will send their packaging to the central area and wash again. So they have two steps like hand washing and then the dishwashing machine. And the last one is another dishwashing machine. They have both electricity consumption and also the LPG consumption. This is the three main washing ecosystem that we use in this analysis. Next is the field study that we have. This is a demography of the event that we use in this analysis. You can see that most of them are located in central area or in Bangkok area, and two more events, one in the northern area in Chiang Rai province, and another event was located in Koh Tao in southern area, that they have to transport for the long distance back to central area. And this next, I will show the result of life cycle assessment on reusable system. And let me tell you again that the functional unit in this study is the one bowl of the returnable packaging used for one time. And this is the result on the environmental impact. The first one, I will focus on the global warming potential. This slide shows the comparative between the BAU, as we said, the single-use plastic that one-time use and then throw away to the bin. And the yellow part is the yellow graph is the returnable packaging. In this study, we calculate by the 50 cycle used. And the last one is about the sugarcane bowl packaging. You can see that if in this returnable system, the greenhouse gas will be lower than single use, more than 70% reduction. And of course, the sugarcane is the lowest, but they have some aspect that we need to concern more. Next, when we focus on the impact of washing method, because in the last slide that we show the overall of the one-time use of the plastic bowl in terms of returnable packaging system, more than half of the environmental impact in terms of global warming potential, they are come from the washing phase. So I need to show the comparison between the three approach of washing ecosystem. You can see that in Bangkok, they use only the electricity consumption in dishwashing machine. It show the lowest global warming potential. This show that central washing system is the lowest in terms of if you concern on the greenhouse gas. Next, I would like to show the durability is the key important when you try to focus on the returnable system. You can see that if you use only one time of the single plastic use, even though there are reusable packaging, the global warming potential is higher than single use of plastic as a baseline. But when they return many times, like for 5 times, the impact in terms of global warming potential will be lower than single-use plastic. And if you return more and more time, the global warming potential impact will be lower and lower until the 20 times and to 50 times. The global warming potential is like stable because most of the global warming impact will come from transportation and come from the use phase, also the washing phase. Next, I would like to present the resource depletion impact. You can see that from circular reuse until 50 cycle times, the impact in this resource depletion will be showed more than 90% reduction in terms of fossil resource depletion. Lastly, I would like to show the result of economic performance if you focus on the life cycle costing, because in the life cycle thinking, you cannot only focus spot by spot, but you need to collect the data from the whole life cycle until the end of life. You can, it's showed in this slide, show that the circular returnable packaging, if you circulate and reach 50 cycle times, it can show the lower cost of the in terms of life cycle costing compared with the conventional single use and even though the sugarcane packaging. Then I would like to combine these two aspects together, the aspect of environmental and aspect of economics. You can see that on the right hand side, in the upper side, it can show that it show the conventional single-use plastic show the highest cost and also the highest global warming potential. But on the other hand, when you focus on the star, yellow star, it can show the yellow star is located in the low cost and together with the low global warming potential. Comparing with sugarcane packaging, even though there are lowest global warming potential, but in terms of the life cycle costing, they're still higher than circular returnable packaging. It means that on the left-hand side and the lower left-hand side it is the most sustainable packaging. Next is the compare between resource scarcity and over the environment economic side is shown in the same trend that returnable packaging is the most appropriate in this study. And jump to the conclusion, the case of circularity that we can show in two main aspects. The first one is about environmental. In terms of the returnable packaging can reduce the global warming potential comparing with the single-use plastic more than 70%. And also together with the economics can have the lowest life cycle costing for the returnable packaging. That is all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rethai. So I would like to take this opportunity to have some questions that we selected from the chat box. And the first question is, will both of these study for both reuse landscape and LCA be published soon, either at Great Lit or academics?
For the result from the Thailand landscape of reuse and also the LCA assessment analysis here, we would like to, first of all, to give a consult from the UNEP as well for the permission to public. Yeah, and also the company data from the Equal also. We would like, first of all, ask the permission from our funding agency and also from the company as a case study. Yeah.
And for the second question is that also wants to ask if the economic performance measure is that of the user of packaging or to society or etc.
Sorry.
Okay. This question from the Mr. Punyakon. You can open your microphone and ask directly to our project member. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. So just okay.
Okay.
Please.
So my question is that the economic performance of the reuse model is this measured from the economic benefit that is gained by the operator, like the event organizer or the owner of packaging, or who is the beneficiary of the economic benefit that's being measured here?
Thank you very much for your question. The economic aspect we measure from the externality cost that they have to pay for the end of life, not in terms of the profit or from the service provider only, but we collect the each step or each phase, and then they are accumulate together.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will be moving to the last session for today. Is summary of okay.
Yes, thank you very much for your question on the single-use plastic baseline. In this case study in terms of the environmental aspect, we didn't use we didn't analyze the data from 100% to landfill, but in terms of this single-use plastic, we sent it to the recycle factory. We didn't treat the result as 100% landfill. But in terms of the economic performance, we also add the data from the end of life and send to the recycler factory.
Okay, we have a couple of questions from the Mr. Punyakon again. So you can open your microphone.
Sorry, I'm also curious about what Kun Pataport was saying. I think it's very good to hear that this is a measurement that is comparing between reuse and recycle scenario as well, because I think that's very important to do. What is the recycling rate that you are using for the BAU scenario?
Right now, the recycling rate that we use in this scenario, in this analysis, we use like a 50% recycling rate.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Okay, we're gonna close this session. For the last topic is the summary of the key outcomes and way forward by Dr. Shrutima again. Please welcome.
So as I mentioned you all before about the activities in especially in activity 2 about design and returnable packaging system. Okay, and you can see that now at the end of this seminar, our team will analyze the gap and challenge again to compare the finding from the Thailand and also from the ASEAN country. And for all of the recommendation or your comments here today, also packed also into our report. And we try to develop the actionable possibility and for the operating business in order to upscaling and also not only policy recommendation, but find the opportunity and possibility to drive this as scale. And also my presentation is now stop in my side. Okay. Sorry, and I share it again. That also here, yeah. And at the beginning, we invite the Eco Crew as our partner from this study because this is the success case that can be implemented to the scale up, and also but for the next step when you have your business model from reuse and would like to share with us to make the somehow of the LCA analysis like this, and we can share the technical aspect and also work together to push to drive your business also and your model. And I think this is all of our further works here.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the organizing team from MTEC Nostar Thailand, we sincere thanks all the distinguished speakers and all participants. With the regards, I would like to request your kind assistance in completing our evaluated form by scanning QR code that we share on the screen, and your feedback and any suggestions that you may have for us will be grateful, and we appreciate for your feedback. Okay, and just before we officially close, we are pleased to invite you to join our upcoming seminar for tomorrow. It's an online seminar on the eco-design and EPR implementation in ASEAN countries. We warmly encourage you to register and continue the conversation with us. And you can scan the QR code for register or click the registration link in the chat box. And now, thank you for all and have a wonderful day. Thank you.